If you're new here, let me quickly set the context before we start. On this channel, we look at horse racing through data, race structure, and risk, not tips or hype. Instead of jumping straight to who will win, we slow things down and first ask, which runners cannot win and why? You'll see an Excel sheet on screen during the stream. Think of this as the engine that runs the analysis here. It's a proprietary model we've developed to understand how a race is shaped, not just who looks good on a race card. By combining pressure, pace, distance, class, and competition, the engine helps us see where a race is stable and where forcing a pick would be risky. When the signals line up, we act. When they don't, the engine tells us to step back and explain the risk instead. You can use the timestamps below to follow the analysis race by race. Welcome to the Grandstand Gazette, data-driven horse racing analysis, educational use only. No betting advice. Full disclaimer in the description.
Good morning. Today is 25th of April 2026 and we're going to be doing some analytics today here at Flemington. And Flemington today is good for, we've got 8 races here. Now, about this track, this is hands down one of the best tracks in the world, probably fourth or the third or fourth in the world ranking, hands down the best in Australia. We've got 8 races here. The ground reading is good. The last finishing mile is about 450 meters from the last bend to the finishing post. Now, we've got 8 races and all the races are here, okay? We do not have those 1100, 1200 meter on the straight. We don't have those races. All the races are here and we'll see what we can do here today. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analytics, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing, and once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock, when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we wait for the results to validate them. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock or there are circumstantial changes, we often give it a shout out and highlight those things. So for the first one, we'll just take a market snapshot. It's a benchmark 84, 2500 meters. One and 11 has been scratched. 11 from the first one. 1 and 11 has been scratched. Just look at the gate numbers. 2 is 6, 3 is 11, 4 is 5, 5 is 8. Okay, that looks more or less okay. 8, 4, 9, and 6. Okay, so the 8 is the favorite, and that's that part of the story. The 8 is the favorite. Now, if we look through that, then 3 and 7 are the horses which are being which are challenging. Okay, these two horses are challenging. Rest everything is basically drop in class. Okay, so now if you look through that, so 4 and 6, so 6 is obviously getting into negatives. This is probably on the 3rd or the 4th position. 4 is good. Okay, 4 is good, but what is happening with 4 is this, that this thing is the depreciation is getting on a higher thing with a lot of pressure on this horse. So what does that mean? If we look at where it is staying at the resistance level, it is here. Okay, it is the second one in line with the resistance. Sorry, third one in line with the resistance, the 4. Okay, this is the third one in line with the resistance, and it is the top line in depreciation. So that's the problem. With 8, it is even difficult. I think so. That's on the second line. It is like that. Technically, if we look at what is happening, so the lowest drop is on 4. Okay, the lowest drop is on 4, and the lowest challenge is on 3, but that's no match. Okay, where it is a match is 9 or 6. That's where it's a match. With 4, it's not a match. 4 has an upper hand, but it is going on depreciation. So that's the story. 8 is equally difficult. That's that part of the story. Okay, so now if we look at through the depreciation and we look at the lower values, so these are the horses which are coming on 55, 56. They're all drops and all that, wherein this one is an 8-year-old mare. That's a 55.5. This is a 56, which is, we know the 3, which is challenging. Then we have a 53 here, and then we have a 58 with a drop. So this one is a 53 with a challenge of 2. This is a drop of 2. This is 1.5, is negotiable with this one, but this is on a higher depreciation level. So that 5 is a check. Okay, so that 5 is a check. Now the thing is, this particular distance, 2500 meter, is a long distance. It is a very difficult distance. It's a very long distance. A lot of thing needs to be in place. A lot of thing needs to happen rightly. So that's that. Okay, that is how things are about the distance. I mean, if this has to play, it'll play, and it'll play in a way which is something that we'll get to see how. But generally, it is a high pressure, low pressure game. So this high pressure is in trouble. The 4 is in trouble because of the depreciation. Then these are the low pressure. Then this is the high pressure. These two are high pressures, but they are larger drops than the 5. Okay, they are larger drops than the 5. So now generally how it is it works is we get a high pressure, then we get a low pressure, but the low pressure is very difficult to identify. I mean, this is a 9-year-old gilding over 2500 meter. Very bad idea on that. This one, I mean, this one is good. Okay, the 5 is I mean, this 3 is good, but the problem is it is going to come from gate number 11, though it is a 2500 meter, but still gate number 11 is gate number 11, and it's pretty wide. So that's where that gets into trouble. So there's one low pressure which is going to come in. I don't know if that 9-year-old gilding is going to do some magic or do something, or that 8-year-old mare will do something, or that 5-year-old mare, 5-year-old gilding will do something from gate number 11, or is it this challenger which is going to negotiate because of the gate? So one of the low pressures will probably get in, and how that will get in, we will see at the end of the race. But why 5 is because if we look at 4 is in a good position. Okay, that is in a good position. They're almost neck to neck. This is higher drop, but this is a higher depreciation. So we'll see how that works. Okay, the 5 is a check. We'll see. I'm going to be out of the first one. This is generally what I do. I do not get into the first one. The first one is the first one. We'll take a look at what is happening at the field, how things are working out, and then we'll take our measures and see. Dows, welcome back, my friend. Race 1 going the 6. The 6. The 6 is going negative. So, but that's the horse to beat. Okay, that's the horse to beat. That's if it is going on. If we look at this, then that's the con, which means that is the horse which is good. So the 6 is no doubt the horse to beat. 8 has advantage somehow. 4 is very good, but we will see how things work. Okay, and we have got the feed today. Seven and 8. Possibly. possible. Everything is possible. I think there's some very strong races going on at Moffatville, but we can't do Moff. So I had to choose between the Randwick and the Flemington. Both of them has 8 races. None of them are doing 10 races today for some joy on a Saturday. Randwick 7 and 8.
Post-impressionist scratching. We do see the two Stockman Hutch, in all likelihood, using this, as the winner Affluential did last year, as a prep flat run for Warrnambool next week. Absolutely, and that's why Stockman is $61. We'll ship a little bit fitter, but it's a tick over run on our way to the ball and a race over the jump. So happy to have a look at Stockman go around with the Night of the Future. Free, Sir Chartwell led them up and hung on for fifth in the Roy Higgins. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how leading them up will go here with that prevailing northerly. But look, it wasn't a bad run, I thought, behind Whiskey on the Hill, and this is a sort of winnable race on the back of that form, but probably still needs to find a length or two if going to win. He's won two of his past three, but there would not be a more aptly named horse to win on Anzac Day at Flemington today than horse 4, the Western Front. Absolutely, yeah. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of little wagers on the Western Front, and you know what? They've got a very good chance to prevail because this horse was impressive, beating some key rivals at Caulfield last start, travelled well, won quite convincingly. Overall, he's done a good job. He's won 5 of 15. We're yet to see the best out of him. He's got to be a very good chance to win again. 5 Flaming Romans, needing to probably channel the placing in the Tawny Night Cup at Pakenham 2-back. Exactly, because I thought even though 360 against Zulu Angel last start, maybe the pattern wasn't entirely suitable, was still a bit disappointing. And when you look at the body of work, this preparation, Flaming Romans has a little bit to find on the back of that. 6 Extra Rush gets a little weight swing on the Western Front for their recent meeting. 6 into 5 as well. Wonder what the tactics will be, but yeah, brings that Western Front form, not beating a massive margin, and prior to that was very consistent throughout the preparation. So now with a run over the trip, Extra Rush at just his 8th career start, can't be discounted. Samuel Langhorne, the 7, hasn't had a run since the Adelaide Cup. He won this race 2 years ago. It's his most recent success. It is. So look, he needs to get another win on the board. He hasn't won in over 700 days. He may have just been outclassed in the Adelaide Cup. His run in the Lord Reims was okay, but you know, he's running the same sort of race as often as he get back, make a little bit of headway without ever really threatening. Stablemate and race favourite, the 8 Bluestone, has his first look at the Flemington circuit. He's good enough, and a lot of his ratings would say he should win this race. I think it's a very important gear change for him. The blinkers also going on. I think that might be what he needs. Keep focused. Like I said, he's good enough. With that prevailing northerly today, could sit behind them, be produced late. Might be his turn. With a steady build in the 3 Australian runs to have the 9 Karaka ready for this, you feel? One would imagine, Nudge, that Karaka is ready now. 3rd run, had that run over 1.5 miles. It brings the Western Front form, and there is market support. There's very little between them in the VOP. There wasn't much between them when they last faced, and you'd expect Karaka probably to be ready now. 10 Enchanted Owl is probably in the Stockman boat, last year's JJ Houlihan hurdle winner, using this to be ready for a home track assault. Interesting with the market here, 60s to 40s. I mean, it's not a massive move, but there's a nibble and some market correction. So I didn't give her much of a chance. I didn't think her form was good enough, but clearly something that she was too big at 60s. Hutch, we're 5 minutes out from our opener on Anzac Day at Flemington, a 2,500 metre benchmark 84. What are your selections? Yeah, it's an interesting race. I mean, the more I looked at it, the more I thought, you know, I think the Western Front is that key form. And I thought, well, it was quite a convincing win last time out. So no reason why the Western Front can't win again. Karaka probably with that little bit of room for improvement factored in. Bluestone's, you know, very consistent, just needs another win. An Extra Rush will be forward. And once again, that Western Front form. So play it pretty straight, Nige. I think the Western Front can take it out. And for those home and bed punters, I hope they're right.
Okay, Hutchie, firing early. I like it. Bluestone blinkers on. Pros wanted to get involved on race day here, and there was a really good push into $3.10 earlier. Sneaking back out to $3.30 because they're happy to back the next 3 in line. Karaka gets 3.5 kilos on the Western Front.
Adam, 9.
Race, so it trims right up now. Race 1, number 9 into $3.90. The Western Front holding firm at $4.50. An Extra Rush rolls forward and be one they have to catch, sneaking back out to that $6 and back into $5. So good spread of money. Pros are with the 8. Karaka and the Western Front nice and safe. So who do you like at home? Get your bets on. Good betting race, the 2,500 metre gallop to kick us off. you win something for the sport. For free and confidential support, call the 1-800 number or visit the website.
Ben Hayes joins us with the Western Front tackling our opener on Anzac Day. I just had one of our crew put a race book in front of you with a note next to your name saying born yesterday, which is an unfair way of saying it was your birthday yesterday. So happy birthday. How did the family celebrate?
Oh, it was good. No, it's just Grace and Indy. We were just at home and had a nice quiet time, which is perfect.
Don't the birthdays mean something a little bit more and different when there's children involved?
Yes, first birthday as a father, and she was very kind to me, got me lots of presents.
Hopefully lots of cuddles too. He looks like he's really come into his own by this stage of the preparation. How's he been since Caulfield?
Yeah, he's nice and deep into his prep now. His Caulfield win was very good, and I think this is a logical step for him. Nice big track at Flemington, drawn a nice barrier. Looks to be pretty genuine speed in this race, so the key is just to get him to relax early, and he should be finishing off strong, and it's given us no reasons to think why he wouldn't.
Those elements of barrier and likely tempo that you mentioned, where would he preferably be positioned in run?
Oh, look, I'd imagine he'd be just behind the speed, but I think the key with this horse, he wears earmuffs in the race because he has a habit of overdoing it. So as long as he's relaxed, you'll see him finish off.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's a smaller field here today, but there are a few that generally like to go forward, and as it's been mentioned a couple of times already, that's a strong northerly, which was recorded when I did that track report with Liam earlier. It was around 31 kilometres, so it is significant in terms of the general makeup of the race. For you to, extra rush can go forward. You'd imagine potentially Sir Chartwell might press on as well. As a couple that get back, Bluestone, Samuel Langhorne, they'll be back in the field. Then Karak in the Western Front could probably be in a sort of midfield position potentially. Enchanted L has also gone forward, so I wouldn't say they go quick, but there's a couple that do like to press on. As far as the market's concerned, pretty steady Bluestone in the market. Good spot for Karaka and slight ease in the market, but still clear third elect is the Western Front at this point in time. The Western Front, as I said, that was only his 15th career start, last start at Caulfield when beating a couple of rivals, and it was a nice performance. And now over this extended, well, extra 100 metres should find that any issue whatsoever. Ran into Luke Curry earlier in the day as well. He looks like he's got a good book. Luke is absolutely firing on all cylinders as well. He's going great guns at the moment, and he had a good book of rides, including for the stable in the last as well, Medea, who could run a bit of a race as well. But yeah, it kicks off. Good buzz around as well, Nigel. They've opened the gates, and plenty of people with these conditions have been happy to make their way out to headquarters and hopefully enjoy the day.
Yeah, sensational crowd, great racing to come, and just want to also just chime in and send our best wishes to Reece McLeod. He came off after the line, after the last race at Pakenham the other night. His Mount Limp Smythe. He came a cropper there and a fractured pelvis. It's the news coming through, but speaking to the VJA's Matt Hyland, prognosis might be somewhere in the vicinity of 6 weeks, so it's sort of on the lighter side of things to certainly water down the severity of an injury like that. So certainly sending Reece our best wishes, and unfortunately did have a handy book of 6 rides this afternoon. He was set to start on Concord Connie. Brian Houston's picked up the ride on Johnich, now co-featureless Ledger. For the first time on Anzac Day under sunny skies, he's back on.
So hello to everybody on our racing.com and Sky Channel services throughout the land. Hope you have a wonderful Anzac Day. Beautiful conditions here prevailing at Flemington as Enchanted L goes in. The first of 8, a good 4-rail true. Now Enchanted L goes into the stalls. We await on Stockman and also Sir Chartwell. The Western Front. The last
Gate, welcome back, Gate. 4 will get
crowd rolling
placed.
in here. Weather absolutely perfect, and the crowd certainly responded to a really good turnout. Sir Chartwell, the final one. The Logan Bates completes it, locked away. The first on Anzac Day. The Racker just won't stand still at the moment. Looks like it's got its back leg just caught up momentarily. That goes into a sit. Just getting itself into a little bit of a tangle there, Karaka. Drawn barrier number 6. as Flemington Romans to its outside and Stockton to its inner. So they're going to have to back Karaka out just to release that back leg. The vet might even have a look at this one. And the vet's going to run the rule across Karaka. It's important. Second favourite, 370 with the bookmakers, 380 the tote. Almost favourite on the tote. Now the attendant will trot Karaka around. Just stopping on the contemplation there. Looks as though it's good to go. So, Ryder Beauburton's hot stack of boards. So Karaka comes back to the line. Anzac Day at Flemington about to get underway. Field set. Ready and racing. And the Western Front jumped away well with Extra Rush and Sir Chartwell the outside. They were followed by Probing Through in between horses. Karaka looking for a forward position. Sir Chartwell crosses Karaka, Enchanted L deeper. Extra Rush, Flame and Romans, and then the Western Front snags back to sixth. Samuel Langhorne next on the rails, followed by Blue Stone. Stockman last at the 2,200 metres. Sir Chartwell is the leader, heading towards the riverside. Enchanted L around the outside is going to perch up the second. And they were followed by third, just one off the fence and keeping Enchanted L working for the moment. Karaka, Enchanted L using plenty of that corner. Then came Extra Rush next on the inside of the 1,900 metres from Flame and Romans. 2.5 the Western Front of Samuel Langhorne. They were followed second last in the race, Blue Stone. Stockman last at the 1,600. Sir Chartwell the leader, an even speed at the mile from Enchanted L. A length and a half away in third, Karaka. Extra Rush relaxed fourth, the fence from Flame and Romans. A length, Samuel Langhorne, the Western Front. Stockman second last and Blue Stone at the end. 1,400 metres to go. Sir Chartwell controlling this for Logan Bates. Enchanted L in second place, and they were followed by Karaka. Third, the outer of Extra Rush. A length and a quarter, Flame and Romans. 3/4 of a length, Samuel Langhorne heading towards Chiquita Lodge at the 1,200. Then came the Western Front, 2 lengths Stockman. And last of all is Blue Stone. So the pace has gone right out of this, and Sir Chartwell jogs them along. 1,100 metres to go by a length and a quarter, Enchanted L. Then Karaka, Extra Rush. Next, Flame and Romans, 1,000 metres out. Samuel Langhorne next from the Western Front, who has 2 behind it. Stockman and also Blue Stone, who's starting to think about a move. Sir Chartwell with Enchanted L, who's inching closer now. 800 metres to go, and they're about to start to dial it up. They're a length and 3/4 in front of Karaka, Extra Rush. A gap, Flame and Roman, Samuel Langhorne. The Western Front. Blue Stone second last, niggled at before the corner. Stockman last of all. 500 metres to go. It's Sir Chartwell, Enchanted L together. Extra Rush is trying to extricate away from the rails. They were followed by Karaka, asked for an effort. Behind those horses, Samuel Langhorne. The Western Front hooked towards the middle of the course. It is coming on. Sir Chartwell, 300 metres to go from Extra Rush. Karaka is now coming on, and the Western Front is launching down the middle. The Western Front of the clock tower took the front. From Extra Rush, Sir Chartwell, Karaka. The Western Front, 100 metres to go, driven out. True 2 lengths in front. And the Western Front's going to take the first. The Western Front from Extra Rush, Karaka and Sir Chartwell. Then Samuel Langhorne, Flame and Romans, Enchanted L, Blue Stone, Never Likely, and Stockman was
4, 6, 9, 3.
The Western Front wins the first at Flemington on Anzac Day. He had far too good of a finish and turn of foot for his opposition.
Gate! Brilliant gate. I'll put up your name. Did it again. 4693. That happened. We'll go to the next two. Ten and 11 has been scratched. No 10 and 11. 6, 8, 4, 5. Everything has gone negative. So the 6 was negative. That was the best horse to beat, which got beaten, because that's how it looks like. And here it starts with 280. That's probably no chance. 6. So the highest that I have seen working is in the range of 70, 75. Negative 70, 75. That's the highest that I have seen working on a field of 10 plus. If it was less, like 4 or 5 horses racing, then it's a different thing. But here we have 12 horses racing and they're all negative. So that is a problem. So the highest that I have seen is negative 75. It's a negative 91. These are very difficult. I don't know. 153 probably is possible. Like, you know, all those things. But the point is this, that's very difficult to believe what will happen there. If somebody has to win from the negatives and the pressure line. That is probably 4 with the lowest, but this is also is, I mean, what is happening is that this is 0.5 increment, but it has gone negative. This is 1.5, which is the highest. Even after 4.5 on this 54, this thing has gone negative, but 0.5. So which is like that. 6, 8, 5. I don't know how they're going to get placed. 4 probably has the best chance here. Now, even if we believe that so they're all negative. We'll see. I think this is. I haven't seen that working yet. If that happens today, we'll get to see that. These things happen, but all places, which is also right. But the highest win that I have seen is -75, probably. But this is Rand week. We will see how that works. Okay. Four, 40, 91. Then where will it go? It'll drop. It's 1.5. What happens to this? Let's see how that works. The 2 is the low pressure EW anyway. That's that. So what is here is a -5. That's the lowest. It's the best form line. 3-year-olds. Benchmark 70. So 3-year, all of them are 3-year-old. That's the best form line. Okay. The tried that was the netto. Yes. 469. 4, 6 in that. $103 that went as a second, but here we had only 9 horses. Okay, here the competition increases. Why? Because there are 12 horses. So that was 103. This is 153. This is a 91. Like the odds are okay. It's a race between the top two, guaranteed queen. 6 and 8, you're talking about. Araman, the thing is, what, so basically what happens, okay? So when does it go into negative? When does it go into negative? So there's a torque, there's a pressure, there is a handicapping which is working, there is a change of drop and drop and gain here. So when we do that, if you remember, Araban, the thing is, in the previous day, I think, I don't, I mean, if you're saying so, you're saying so. I stepped out because you mentioned that it is going to win, and I did not know how to negotiate with this, and I still don't have a clue. Okay, if it is negative, that's all that I know, that it is negative. How to work with this, I'm constantly trying to figure that out, but I still haven't figured it out. So if we refer to this number on 6 and 8, they haven't made it yet. Today is I mean, they haven't made it yet on group 1 races. Okay, group 1, group 2, group 3 races, they haven't made it in group 2, group 3 races. That's just my take, bro. Okay, we have done I've moved everything out, but even if we look at the Randwick, okay, this was a group 3. Okay, this was a group 3. Now if you want to take a look at the results, you may, but what happened is this 2, which is a negative 75 on a benchmark 88, this thing won. That's the highest that I have seen winning. Rest everything, they did not win. Okay, they did not win. This is Randwick that we are talking about. So when it goes negative, it goes negative. That's all the thing is. You may want to believe that there's a performance. Yes, there's a performance. Definitely there's a performance, but that's the game. That's exactly the game. I don't know, Adam, and I'm kind of I don't have any answers to this that I can give you. If you're saying so, probably, maybe, but I don't have answers to this. I don't know if that, I mean, the highest that I have seen is negative 75 that's gone through on a group 3. This is a not group 3, that was a benchmark 88. This is a benchmark 70. It is on negative 91. Is that a good sign? Definitely. Why? Because it is a good horse. Okay. When it goes on negative, that means it's a good horse. But that also means that it is physically challenging. That also means that it is physically challenging. Eight. That's the linear. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't know whether, I mean, we have 12 horses here, okay? So, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? This is 91. And then this is a 54. That's no comparison. This is 0.5, this is 4. So that's definitely ruled out here. But will a 91 go through? If the 91 goes through, then it is a good horse. I mean, it is definitely a good horse. That's what people have assumed, that this is a good performing horse, and that's the reason it is going on negative, which is true. But the question is, will it be able to overcome the negative and get it done physically? Problem is, Adam, and I don't know. I work with numbers, and when until and unless I have solved that scene of that part, I don't know. I know it is challenging. I have a number on the challenge, and I think it is difficult. That's all that I think. But today there are some weird races, by the way. I have gone through the races. There are some very weird races here. That's one of them. Then we have one monkey race, which is this one.
Form price, the win at Pakenham's worked out pretty well. A couple of winners out of that race, but $31 I think seems a fair price.
Go to the 4 at Cafe Olay, who was or is 4 weeks between runs, placed behind Exit on the heavy here as favourite on Australian Cup Day.
I was in the corner of Cafe Ole last start, and there weren't any excuses on face value. Beaten favourite, but that said, the heavy ground might have been a factor there. Back on firmer footing today, and is a horse that I want to give another chance to for sure.
5 Cardamom. Well, Freedman Stable ideally would have liked to have had her in an Australasian Oaks this afternoon in Adelaide. Instead, she's here off an excellent Class 1 victory at Cranbourne.
Excellent it was. We don't know where her ceiling is, and she did win her maiden second up last prep, and she improved nicely first to second run. It was a meeting best final 200, so it was a big performance, and she could go on with it.
6 Carriedo. Skated away from them on Easter Monday at Lakeside.
What a performance. Absolutely dominant win as well. Esther, the market's loved this filly as well by Lope de Vega. She's been a favourite 3 of her 4 runs as prep. She has won 2. She looks exciting. I've got her on top. She's the current favourite. Could easily win again.
7 Cooley here off a Pakenham success. Very tenacious when I thought of Pakenham last time out. Once again, jump favourite. Looked to be in a bit of trouble, but just kept finding the line. So it's a nice quality to have. And third run in, 6 to 1400. She can put herself in the race, and the claim might help too.
On the same night at Pakenham, the 8th Concord Connie resumed with a comfortable victory, and note that Jet Stanley replaces the injured Reese McLeod.
Talking about horses that started at a short price, $1.60 on debut last prep, $1.40 first up, 1 by 2. Brass and Pocket came out of that race and won. So it's good form around, and once again, she looks an exciting prospect in a very competitive race.
9 Star of Omaha back from an excursion to Adelaide.
Yeah, and as a consequence, I'm not sure the overall form of prep's been all that enticing here. Was in the Claire Lindop, well held there, never really got into the race from back in the field. By the look of it, getting a bit warm as well. I'll be looking elsewhere.
10 and 11 and scratching to 12. Jewel of Heaven was 5 lengths off. Carriedo went third on Easter Monday. Does get some weight relief as such.
It does. Yeah, the claim down to 54, so there is a little swing in the weights, but there should be. And there's a lot of ground to make up as well. After leading in that race was beat 5, so it's a tall order.
We go back to the top, and horse 1 Yum for the first time. Oh, sorry, don't go to Yum as yet. We're going to have a look at the 13. First of all, in Sistine Express, the winner on Stall Cup Day.
Pattern Against on debut, went to stall, backed into favourite, had a beautiful run through the race and won well. Beat the runner-up came out once, has come out once since. This filly, I think, is over the odds tonight. She's $61. She's only had 2 runs. There's a little bit of quality about what she's done. I know that the speed figures aren't there yet, but she's only had 2 runs, and there's definitely something to work with.
With Curry and Lindsay Parker on the opener with the Western Front, they combined here with horse 14, 2 to Tango.
A nice performance at sale behind Rosa Eratora. However, I think at the price looks about right. Consistent, nice filly. She'll win more races. I didn't think one of those would be today.
We now take a look at horse 1 Yum. Great to see Dakota Keene for the first time this afternoon brandishing those iconic khaki silks.
I suppose the biggest issue that we have with Yum, 2 of her last 3 starts, her last 2 starts, she's put up with a throat issue. So there's been a problem. It's, I mean, if you assume they come to the races, they'll all be fine again, and it may be the case. But it's hard to trust. $41. She'd need to really turn things around on her recent form.
Estene winning this last year from Water Sports and Forever in Time. Got the 3 as a call as our last horse to take a look at.
That we do. A horse that could potentially roll forward. Up to 1400 is also interesting. Comes out of a 3-year-old race won by Extra Galactic. We saw Torsheen sort of boost that form along a little bit. Think she'll run well. Does need to find a bit. And I think on her last one, I can understand why they're trying 1400.
Estene from Water Sports and Forever in Time in the Les Carline last year, who takes out this 1400 metre benchmark 70 contest touch.
Yeah, it's a really interesting race, isn't it? I think this is a race that, even though it's a benchmark 70 in name, it's going to have some stakes level horses come out of it. I think Corrado's a very interesting runner. Could easily take this outside that. Cardamom is in the mix. Cafe Aleo was pretty strong on last start and could bounce back. And Concord Connie, I think all of those, plus a couple of others, will be winning plenty of races. Corrado for me today.
Yeah, Corrado very hot here, Hutchin to $2.80, nice and firm. And also Concord Connie, the top 2, really good support. And Cafe Olay also has its support. So top 3, but race 2, number 6, looking like your market mover as they're walking in. For Matty Hill to call the second at Flemington.
Terrific, SD, thank you very much. So they get set for the Les Carline, named after the master of the written and spoken word in Les Carline. 3-year-old fillies getting set. There's Cooley joining them with Emily Cosman, who's got a couple of decent runs today. Cooley goes into the stalls. Join them is Powder Mum, along with also Yum in the Anzac Silks. Star of Omaha waits its turn with 2 to Tango, Concord Connie, and also Jewel of Heaven. They get set well. There's 2 to Tango joining them, with Curry and Hayes looking to combine again after taking out the first with the Omen tip the Western Front. Now, it's just a little bit edgy. It's just away from the shoot at the moment. Stanley Just needing the flag of the course and an attendant just to come over and assist as Star of Omaha has now been placed forwards. Jewel of Heaven and the Yulong Silks, Luke Cartwright. And Concord Connie, now Jet Stanley, is dismounted, so they'll try and bring her upright and settle her down. Just need to wander away from the barriers at the moment. And now the attendant tries to walk her towards the back of the stalls. She's just not interested at the moment. She's just a little bit flighty. So just ruffled the flowers over there for a moment. And now it is Concord Connie being walked forward, and she relents. Jewel of Heaven, the final one. Well, there's Carline. Benchmark 70, but a really interesting race here. Strong form. Jewel of Heaven goes up, completes it. They're locked away. Stand by for a start. Yates back and away at the 1400 metres. Sistine Express towards the inside, away only fairly, and Yama's drifting out towards the tail. Cooley jumped quickly, is sharing the lead, with also Carriedo. Star of Omaha isn't too far away, and also driving up on the inside. Sistine Express is about a half length off the lead at the moment, not too far off those either is Cafe Olay. So off the course, it's Cooley just leading from Carriedo. Jewel of Heaven 3/4 of a length away. Cafe Olay next outside of Sistine Express. Star of Omaha, then Next Gen, a length and a quarter. Cardamom as they're tightly packed from Azacool next along the rails. Coming up towards the home corner, out very deep on the track then is Tudor Tango, and also towards the back of the field, a length and a half away, Concord Connie. Tightly packed Carriedo just in front of Cooley. Jewel of Heaven, Next Gen 4 deep. Cafe Olay behind them with Sistine Express, and they were followed by Yum, who's tracking into the race out deeper in the Anzac Silks from Star of Omaha, Azacool, and back in the field then towards the outside. Concord Connie is about to let rip down the middle. Jewel of Heaven up to Cooley, 250 to go, but Concord Connie is storming down the middle of the course. Concord Connie went to the lead, put up 2 lengths, put up 3 lengths. From in second place, Tudor Tango. This is over. Concord Connie has exploded and wins by 5 or 6. How impressive was that?
8-1.
Tudor Tango second. They were followed by in third Cooley. Next to finish, Cardamom and Yum, Star of Omaha, Jewel of Heaven. Further back behind those horses then was Next Gen, with also Azacool, Sistine Express, Cafe Olay. Carriedo has run a clear
8-14-7.
That has been a big win.
We've seen something really special there in race 2 at Flemington. Concord Connie. Now, there's been an issue with the favourite. I think we have to wait for the stewards' report there with Carriedo. But regardless, it looked a pretty handy race. She has obliterated them. She's come from
8-8.
It was over at the top of the straight, and she's put a big margin on them, running 121.87. So Charlotte Littlefield's got her hands on another pretty smart horse here in Concord Connie. 8-14-7 and a photo. Let's go to Simon Marshall for a market for race 2 at Morphettville, the Sports Bet Breeder Stakes.
Yeah, this is the two.
8-14-7. 8. That's 153. Eight 14-7. That happened. Seven 23, 120. Eight 14-7. Anyway, that happened. 8.14.7. We'll go to the next. I had no clue of that. I just know it is going negative. 3. Number 4 has been scratched. 1, 2, 3, and 9. So these are getting into negative leverages, which means they are extremely bad horses. And this is at 124. This is at 151, 69, 50 out of 57, 56, 57. So the 1 is, you can see what it is. 2 is probably in a better position, but they're all negative. 57, 1.5, this is 2.5, definitely difficult. 1.5, 2.5, then the 9 is a drop with 459. That is also difficult. 1, 5, 3, 1, 2. I got a pressure line. And a 5.5 here with that. But today, I think what is happening is, if we look at the first, the 4 went through, then the 6 came in. So they are playing power. So they have some fantastic horses today. There's nothing that is going to. They have some horses today. They have some. Now the point is, how do we do this? The 2-year-old. That probably is not happening. The 2 is a 57, which is going to be running a neutral, which is also, which is possible. The 2 running as a neutral, the 58 here is higher, 58 is, this is a drop. So this is the third in line with that. 57 can go with neutral. That's a higher class. This one is too tight. This one is too tight. This one is too tight. So the 853, all right. Now 153, what are we talking about? We are talking about, let's see, where was 182? Autumn Glow came in third, 182, okay, and 153, this thing won. Not bad. This probably is too. This probably is too. Lay 1. Sorry, we'll do it later. Let's see what they have to say. I get very scared. The next race is quite tricky. 1, unlike race 2, my confidence level is on picking the winner dropped a bit in the next race because the numbers are too narrow. Today they have dangerous horses. It's a power play today. This is a power play. They have some dangerous horses today. It's going to be fun, which also means there's a very slim chance of us winning. Those things never happened. But that thing also never happened. 153 today. That is the highest that happened today. 153. Okay. 8. Brilliant. $7.52. So this is power. This is 1.5. 202. This is 2.7. The problem is the low pressures are bad. So the low pressures are very bad. They are all negative leverage. So there's no question of. I think they're doing that today. So the low pressures are kind of tricky. So they are here. I can see they're on negative leverage. The 10, which is the EW, is here, which is from gate number 3. So in that case, what might happen is seven. Okay, this is bad here. That will not work. The first entry is bad. This is okay. Let's take a chance. The truth. And you try this. Probably the 53 will not work. This is a drop, which is not going to work. Probably the 3 is a question. So now the 3. Before that, then there is this, which is a high drop. Then this is this, which is a low drop. 170, 152. Then these are getting negative. This is going to be running for the first time, so that's not going to be. This is a low. That's the only low actually. This is high. This is low. Low. So, but if this is this, and then if the 10 knocks in, the 10 is at 54.5, 55, hardly any difference. Yeah. So what my thoughts are like this, that the one is for negative 553. This I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Okay. 2 probably yes, might go as a neutral. 2 probably yes, might go as a neutral. This one is a drop in class like that. Then after that, maybe 3 is in place. Okay. Now these are bad horses. Okay, these are negative leverage horses. So they kind of, I don't know what to do with them. But here is the thing. So let's even think that the 3 needs to. The 3 is going to get placed, even if we think like that. That's 2.5. This is lower than that. This is higher, but it's a 57.5. Fantastic stuff going on. The 1, I don't know. The 2, even if we think like that the 2 is winning. Then if that's a low, this can go to a high. That can happen. But if there is a low, and if this is creating the high, then what happens? Then this is 2. Okay, if it drops here, even if we think that it is going to drop here because that's a larger drop, these 2 are that same drop. This gets into negative leverage. This one is okay with a higher thing going on. So even if we think that's that. Now that's a 55.5. This is a 54.5, which is an EW. What happens if this thing gets in between? And what is it doing here? It's an open race. So yeah, I think 2 has an upper hand. Let's see. The next race is 2. Win 2. Maybe. 1 race. Six did not win. 8 won. Can you believe that? That probably is here. The 4 got knocked out. That happened. How is that happening? That's a good horse. They have dangerous horses today. That's all that the fact is. That's what I think. The numbers on 8 spoke for itself. Yes, it did. The numbers on 8 spoke for itself. Yes, it did. That was the linear went through. I mean, after a long time, I have seen a linear going through like that, like a fire, man. It went like a fire. We'll see how this works. I like to. The next is quite tricky and like this.
Blind Rays. He made quite the debut on Easter Monday at Lakeside. What a performance. Really impressive, wasn't it? Sort of stalked the speed. And on debut beat a horse by the name of Harry Met Sally, who had previously been in very good form herself. So, or himself, I should say. So, yeah, Mark Report coming thick and fast early. The one to beat. Plus, Young won the race with Epi Mills 2 years ago. He runs in the last this afternoon. Kira Mars won the race twice with Throstle and Merchant Navy in 16 and 17. 2 Sarah Fox, who's raced exclusively in Sydney so far, the Tottenham, and then poking through to win at Warwick Farm. Excuses in each race, but managed to win at Warwick Farm after being held up and then rallying strongly. I think 1400 suits. Probably gets a stalking run again. I think that will be key here today. A little bit of cover down the side, and this is a nice progressive horse right at the game. 3 Drum Fire was scratched from its most recent assignment at Caulfield. Made a winning debut at Musselburgh. It did, and then went to Kensington.
But one thing that is good is they're winning, and if the negatives win,
key positive is up in trim. Looks on each way.
Probably we will be able to be in a position to find out the reason. It might just give us out how that is happening. We might just figure out how the negative can be negotiated.
Maybe could be an improvement here. This minor gear change. Busset and Young also represented by the 6 in Signetti. Jet Stanley, having won the previous on Concord Connie, trying to win the race his dad Brett did back in 2010. It was a nice effort, wasn't it? I mean, there was market support. It probably ran to its price. It led up, beaten just over a length on debut behind Clover Gate. And, nice enough effort. So, yeah, I think a horse that maybe could probably defy the current offer $31. Just career start number 2. Skip the 7 and go to the 8. Image Artist, apprentice Molly Burke, getting a stakes race opportunity. This filly have been in a couple of 2-year-old stakes contests in Adelaide. They've aimed high. They haven't been disgraced, but it's hard to make a case for the same. 100 to 1, big price, and I won't be pushing anyone into it. No, Profligate made a winning debut at Pakenham 3 weeks ago. Like the performance, nice effort to win. Wasn't a big margin. Closing sectionals was solid. It's a step up, but it's a filly with more improvement to come. So High Vol win this race on debut last year. That's what Godolphin and the Freedmans are going to try and do with the 10 in Cajun. And of course, her dam Zydeco, Oaks and 1,000 Guineas placed. And she's also produced Chenier and Bayou Music in the Royal Blue so far.
Beautiful pedigree, isn't it? For this filly, who's definitely one to consider, I think, with some market support on the back of the overall track work. But without that race experience, it makes it tough.
Kirimar's second representative is the filly in the 11, Nyala, another who's debuted in New South Wales.
Big 5 there. Kept on okay, I thought, over 1,200. 1,400 should suit this filly by stay inside. But 15 out to 20, I can understand the drift.
Big thanks to Matt Hill, who's confirmed that the pronunciation of the 7 here is Mishnok, Irish for courage or spirit. Let's hope he can show some of that after the debut behind Profligated Pakenham.
There you go, like that. So 50s about this horse who ran forward. Bit to find on that run, but they will improve at different rates. But you can understand in lining up with others out of the same form reference today's price.
So that's the field for the listed Anzac Day Stakes. UFC star and a lover of racing, Jack Jenkins, is currently the man in the middle.
I won't get into it. I have no clue.
Anzac Day, of course, he's wearing another hat today. Owner, he is a shareholder in Epimels, the Anzac Day Stakes winner of 2 years ago. Was going to go around the last, as mentioned, on its return. Hutch, you're thinking that Bustin' Young can get another Anzac Day Stakes win?
Yeah, there you go. That's how you had him up 9. He's been out there a while. He must be doing the job well. Blind Ray, for me, I think can carry the Anzac Day colours and hopefully prevail. I really was impressed with that debut performance, and I'm impressed with what I see in the paddock as well. This horse has taken that run, looks in a sort of good headspace, nice and calm walking around, hard to beat. Sarah Fox, Drumfire, they've got good exposed form along with Profligate, but no, happy to be with Blind Ray, so give it strength.
Okay, Blind Rays it is here, Hutch. He's very popular, dominating turnover, and the bet count, so they're with you. The win in the Anzac colours there. Blind Rays, $2.25 now, Ignite. Interesting. Sarah Fox, soft with sports bet punters. Look at this, $3.60 out to $4.20. Pole, you're going to get a better price by the looks of this. Drumfire, Nunya. $3.90 out to $6.50. Profligate's the only other runner that they come for. $9.50 into $6.50. Looking down the page here, Signetti has had some each-way plays. He'll roll along in front. He went hard last start, capitulated late. The market says he might be able to hold on over $7. $27. You blow out number 6. Race 3, number 1. The Blind Rays. It's your popular one. Free and confidential support. Call the 1-800 number or visit the website.
2 runners for Kieran Maher's stable as they chase a third victory in the Anzac Day Stakes. Jack Turnbull joins us. Jack, talk us through the chances and the prospects of your Colton filly.
Yeah, Nyla is progressive. She was good on debut. Obviously, black type earlier on in her career is huge for her page. She was an expensive yearling, and we feel as though she's up to it. The Colt broke through really nicely last start. Big action Colt. He's still learning, but getting him on Flemington, seeing him up over this trip and going for black type would be really useful going forward, and it sets us up for spring.
Anything specifically behind them having done their prep work and racing in New South Wales so far?
Also, where they were purchased, bonus schemes and the like, it's just how we placed them early. But with how they've developed and raced and what's on the programs that made their way down here. And with a colt like Sarah Fox, if he was to race well today, you could put him away and look at better options come spring over a fraction further. If you look to profile that way, otherwise, potentially you're looking at going back up the highway. But hopefully both run well.
On Sarah Fox, anything specific with Declan Bates in regards to where you'd like to see him positioned?
That was 1 and 9.
He does get on the revs. This colt races with the choke out a little bit, so he needs to find a bum, get into a rhythm, and then he will finish off. So we didn't pin him down anyway. It was just more find a bum.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Best of luck, and the money continues to come for Blind Ray. So under 225 with the VOP at this point in time as runners make their way down to the start here of the 1400 metre contest. I think, as we've mentioned through the day, that little bit of cover is important. We saw generally those facing the breeze in the previous really compound noticeably. I think it will amplify some of the margins that we get through the day. That's taking nothing away from the previous winner, but it was the right setup, good speed, probably the right run, and then
even the others that figured seem to have that little bit of cover. We could get some messy races as a consequence. It's hard to know, but I think it will be sort of quite important for a lot of riders to try and get in for a little bit of cover down the side, given that that 30k an hour northerly is really hitting them quite hard.
Luke Curry was really pointed about that when asked after his win on the Western Front in the first segment, that wind getting side is certainly going to have an impact on the composition of races. Just as the runners make their way to that 1400 metre start, just let's put it in reverse half an hour and talk about Concord Connie, 6-length victory in that second event of the day, and hard not to get excited. Again, in the context of a benchmark 70 at 1400 metres against your own age and sex, but it was dominant and the time was there to match. Yesterday it set a class record in the same race 12 months ago. A little bit of Gallagher taking about 0.8 second off that.
It was an incredible performance. You just don't see horses win like that here over that distance. It's a 1400 metre race, put 6 on them. And I think there were a few factors that probably helped, but you've got to be good enough to do it. That's the point. So that was an exceptional win, Concord Connie, and I love what you posed to Charlotte in regards to the name as well, Concord, because it was like that was an unbelievable performance. And there's enough in there. I know a couple might not have been suited by early pressure. They seemed like they were going quick, but it just made the cream rise to the top. And she mentioned that she'd been talking to Ben about some races. I think they get up the ante.
Ben's probably been talking to Charlotte.
Yeah, exactly.
He'll get it right of reply in the studio, sure.
Hey, we come to the race. We want to see something like that. I didn't expect to see that. There were some nice horses. It was a race I was willing to trust, and still maybe with some of the other horses in the event. But we're going to walk away from the track today saying we saw something special today. Even it was a benchmark race. It doesn't matter.
Story in betting late. Blind race 260 to 225 VOP. Sarah Fox the other way, 350 to 420.
It is interesting. It's a distinct move. There was less than a point between them. Now there's basically 2 points between them. So it's been a big move in favour of Blind Race. And look, it falls away a bit, the race, to be perfectly honest. We've got some lightly raced horses, but there's a few maidens there that got to really step up. Why not have a throw at the stops? I get it. It's actually the bit of the theme today through the afternoon, but we will unveil a couple of good ones, and I think Blind Ray's already shown he's pretty good.
Specking at a price for the 5 Prime Pattern 21 into 19 and the 6 Signetti 41 into 16. So the Anzac Day Stakes has become a big part of this program in the last 30 or so years. Grand Archway, Confectioner, Extra Zero, Merchant Navy and Show amongst the winners, and future Group 1 winners Super Seth, Derby winner Benicio and Ambulance all placed in this race as 2-year-olds. The loading process about to commence for the Anzac Day Stakes. We joined Matt Hill for one of our 2 listed races on the program.
2 to get set. Here is Blind Rays coming along, and Signetti will complete it for the running of the Anzac Day Stakes. He's really pushing them home. Interesting, they really packed up in that previous race. We'll see if that happens again before the corner. Signetti goes up. They're ready. Third event for the 2-year-olds. Starter has a decent line over there. And they're racing. 9 are the last to leave. Signetti began well out past the middle, with also Blind Rays pushing up. Mishnock isn't too far off those. Followed by along the inside Drumfire. Nyla got to 5th. Followed next in the field. Now trying to stick back is Cajun beyond centre field from Image Artist Profligate. Prime Pattern as well back, and Sarah Fox is last. Signetti the leader as they reach the 1,000 marker, 3/4 of a length in front of the favourite Blind Rays. Then came Mishnock, who's out deeper on the track. Diana the centre, and next is Drumfire the inside, followed by Cajun, who's about 4 or 5 off the front from Profligate. Image Artist out deeper on the track is Sarah Fox with a ride home, and a length and a half away at the tail. Prime Pattern. Signetti came up towards the corner. 600 metres to go. Led by a length and a quarter Blind Rays. And then came Mishnock deeper ridden up. Nyla behind them, Drum Fire, the fence in the green, and they were followed by Cajun, Wellback, Image Artist, Profligate, Sarah Fox, and Prime Pattern, Signetti. 400 metres to go with Blind Raise the outside. Burton's hasn't flinched yet, and they're 2 lengths in front of Nyla. Drum Fire, and back behind those horses, Sarah Fox. Now Blind Raise, let's go.
This.
And up to 200 metres, put 2 lengths in front, wanders back towards the inside. It's 3 lengths in front of Signetti, Profligate out late. Blind Race with 50 metres to go clear. And Blind Race by the Anzac Day Stakes really well, a comfortable win. Profligate.
Can't believe this. Boom. 192.
And last Image Artist.
Blind Rage, the market gets that one. Bang on, race 3 at Flemington. He sat outside the lead and put the race away a long way from home. Beats Profligate, who was held up in the line strolling, and Sarah Fox back and wide ran on. But was no match at all for the winner. We're going to photo for 4, and we're not too far away from the next of our features in Adelaide today. So let's head back there. Let's get a market for the Chairman's Stakes. Thank you.
192. Can you believe that? $124 on the leverage. One, 9, 2. Brilliant. You go to 4. Eight, 10, 11, 14, and 17 all scratched. All scratched. 2, 6, 15, and 3. I don't think all those things are going to happen today. It's power play. I mean, it's nothing. If that thing went through 124, this is 36. Both of them are 36. This one is a 36 on 61. This is a 36 on this. What is happening under the sun? One 24, 151, 56.5. 1-9. Both of them went through like nobody's business. Let's see if that wins this thing. So I have no say, okay? Today I am absolutely out of my zone. I'm watching this also along with you for the first time. These numbers never worked. Today it is working, which essentially means that today is a different day. These are very different horses. What is good is happening is we are getting some good numbers that we can apply and try to solve the negative. But I have no say. I don't know. This is beyond my pay grade. This is beyond my pay grade. I don't know how that is happening, how these horses are getting through. But here is the thing. So we spoke about leverage, we spoke about negative leverage, we spoke about a lot of other things which are there. The thing is, the leverage basically is what the promotion of a horse is. Along with that, we also have the resistance, which shows what kind of a resistance that horse has. So far, even with the leverage, the resistance has always always been an obstacle for the leverage to work. Even if the horse had the leverage, the resistance always stopped the horse from winning. Some of the best horses that we have seen did not win. From the Group 1 races and the Group 2 races in Randwick, in Flemington, everywhere. But today it is just the opposite. Things are working. So these are different horses. These are something else. We'll see what they are and what I can find from there. Yeah, so 2 is the favorite. They both have the same leverage. They both are of the same class. They're coming from, the difference is this, that this is 3 steps up. This is 0.5 step up. So it is easier for 6, but I don't think easier is what the answer today. I don't think easy is not, I don't think easy is the answer today. I think it is power. We'll see how that works. The 2 and the 6. I'm going to go with 2 this time. Oh, my black book runners already ran today. 2 wins. We look for omen bets. I don't know what is an omen bet today. I don't know. I don't even know whether it will fall to a low pressure. I don't even know whether it will fall to a low pressure. That's not what is happening. I mean, if you call that low, then that happened. But they went like Fire. Anzac Day. I don't know what that is, but today is something special. Today is something special. But it's actually exciting. Why? Because we haven't seen these kind of racing for a long time. I don't know when was the last time we have seen anything like this. I haven't seen this in a long time. I haven't seen this in a long time, very long time. $192, okay? This is 122 and negative 53. 171. So the top is on a higher side. So the depth was on a higher side. In that case, what happens? So everything is on depth. Here also is 69.81. Here all the high depth. And it was 4 and 6. Nothing stopping. This one just got 109. Then it was here at 95. This one got knocked out. 8, 14. There's also negative 14, 7, 5. Okay. Here it was 142. Here not too big. But it's showing higher this depth. If you want, 41. Oh, come on. No. You know the results like okay. Daos, thank you for that information. my friend. I had no clue. PC, welcome back, PC. Yeah, Gallipoli, where a lot of young men dies on a rock in the middle of nowhere for no real point. It was Dope's Churchill's idea. I will do a little research on this today because I right now I have no clue what you're talking about, but I'm sure this is something nice to read. But today is amazing. What is happening is I haven't seen this on a long time. So far it was like these are the next generation horses, I think. So I think this winter we will get to see a lot of these horses racing. Which movie? PC? Okay, Gallipoli. I'm thinking 15 has a hope. Today there is no hope. I think 15 is not there. 15 has been scratched. No, 15. Okay, 15. Let me see. 15 is here, yeah. 15 has a hope. Everybody has a hope now. Everybody has a hope. $62. Come on, baby. What kind of a thing is happening? I think 2 will go through. Look at the torque on that horse. When the last torque went through. I don't know how I have missed that movie, but that's a World War One movie. I kind of have watched most of the World War Two movie, like the movies which are very, very. I mean, I saw Churchill the movie as well. Then Dunkirk. Then the other World War movies which are there, Second World War movies. But First World War, I'm kind of a little hazy there. Haven't watched, haven't read a lot about it. But I'm definitely going to watch that movie, Gallipoli. What was Schindler's List? It was Schindler's List was Second World War, I think. Even that was Second World War. Schindler's List was Second World War. And if nothing changes, we are going to witness the First World War as well. Third World War as well. Four, 6, 13 underneath. Gate, I have no clue what is happening today. This is something I haven't seen in a long time, but I'm very happy to see this. That 4 is there, but how? Because that 7 is also looking at me, and then
up in class by Greg Gurrell, was fourth in the race won by Mukhtalov.
A bit unlucky in that race not to finish probably a length closer, I think. He just got inconvenienced and hampered at a key stage of the race. Like another progressive gelding, he's going about it the right way. I think he'll run well, and I think he's over the odds.
6 first chorus, dominant at Pakenham against the fillies and mares, and then was part of a blanket 4-way go on the soft at Caulfield.
And no doubt she can win. I mean, there weren't too many excuses for a Caulfield by an Oceana Dream, but it just didn't, the race didn't unfold for her to build when she needed to build, and the track sort of chopped away a little bit. There's a lot of factors. Give her another chance, she can win.
7 Hurricane resumed in that same race.
Does need to improve. Far from disgrace, but there's an improvement required. It started 50s there, and today you're getting 70s. He's probably a better chance than that.
8 is out. 9 is House of Lords, a Lakeside winner, second up, 2 back, and get a bit of a reference against first chorus for their clash here on Oakstone.
He was good at Lakeside, and I was a bit not disappointed. I didn't really like him at Caulfield, but I expected to see some more. Did the strong tempo bring him undone? I'm not sure, but they had brought him back in trip. Was that post-race comments from the rider saying it saw him out? Not sure. Let's have another look today.
10 through 10 and 11. 12 is Superstock, who gets this race third up.
Just needs to.
Judd, welcome back.
Form, of course, that first chorus Hurricane also bring, but has to improve.
13, Chirangita gives my racehorse 2 representatives in the race.
Another nice progressive type. 26 is out the 31s. It's a step up. It's a stronger race. Very slowly run race won by Terra Lee last start, but an improving mare all the same. Not worst.
14 out. 15, Cavalry comes back to Victoria with a pair of Newcastle victories under the belt.
This horse started short. Last 5 starts, $1.45, $2.30, $1.30, $1.60, $4.20. Has won his last 2. He's clearly got ability, and he's a nice horse, and he can win today, unless you're getting a price.
Not dissimilar SP profile for the 16, Mr. Blunt, who won 2 races in its first prep last winter on the Ballarat Synthetic at $1.24 and $1.10. Beaten as a $2.35 favourite first up around the heath before placing to the listed winner Rohesia at Ballarat.
Rohesia winning pretty comfortably the other day probably makes the form look better, and as a horse that can take a position. So just depends how much petrol needs to be used early. He's an interesting runner. He's not the worst.
Last runner for us to take a look at is 4, but we'll come back to horse 4. We've got the 18 in Revolver still to take a look at, who is searching for its first win since the second up victory at Geelong on Australia Day.
And that was at a benchmark 62. That's the concern. Been against easier opposition, so I think I'm happy to watch Revolver go around.
19 more Hero is just making its way into the centre of the yard and is third up here.
That he is, just brings Imperial form or its third run of the preparation up at trip. Both positive facts, but it's a stretch, I think, to think this horse could be competitive on what it's done so far this campaign.
Back to 4 in Tacker Speed, who is 5th to the now Mornington Cup winner Kings Valley and the Bairnsdale Cup, and also 5th to Mukhtalif at Caulfield.
Haven't seen too many excuses for him, and he does have a little bit to find. He started $13 against Mukhtalif last start. He is $31 today, so he's a fair bit bigger, but in fairness, had his chance there and had a bit to find. Probably going to be much the same today.
No fuss last year for the McAvoys. John Allen, Tony and Calvin present Cadogan on Australian debut, and Mr. Blunt at start 5 here in the Ian Bales.
I thought it was one of the better bets of the day, Mukhtalif. I was really impressed with that debut performance. I thought it was excellent. Outside of that, it is a competitive race. Skipper's Canyon's going well. We've got, outside that first chorus, he's done very little wrong this preparation, and overall, first chorus's form is outstanding. And in conjunction with that, we've got Cavalry, who's very much in the same mold. So, good race. I think there's, once again, horses to take out of this event going forward, and that's the way I've said it. Hopefully, Mukhtalif can go back-to-back.
Mukhtalif is your favourite, and heavily backed here to win. Geez, he was impressive first up, and it looks like he's improved in the coat there. He looked fantastic in the Flemington Sun. Punters are with us. $2.60. Go you, good thing. Race 4, number 2. So say punters. Now, first chorus. Rock solid here. Has one over 1,700. He steps up to 18 for the first time. $3.90. Cavalry. Well, he's holding his opening quote. Winning at Newcastle over 18.90 last start.
Mukhtalif.
And then you've
That's
got
an
Skipper's
Urdu
Canyon
name.
trimming up a little bit now from his good barrier. Will get cover from that wind around the side. Race 4, number 2. Your Marcus Mover.
To win some and lose more. For fan confidential support, call the 1-800 number or visit the website.
Lindsay Smith's getting challenged by Team Skippers Canyon for a side bet here. How very Anzac Day. Lindsay joins us ahead of first chorus stepping out in the fourth. Is there a possibility that she could have been in the next race in Adelaide today, the Queen of the South, or there's that to come down the track?
I know, we're thinking on the 9th is the mare's race over 2,000 metres, so we just wanted to see how she stretched out to 1,800. This was a good stepping stone, so we were elected to come here and see if that does take us to Adelaide.
Lost no admirers internally or externally after Caulfield?
No, she's sort of still a bit new to racing, and she just copped that Pratt halfway up the straight, and she just thought about the next couple of strides, and then when she got clear, she fought back. So, she's learning, and she's doing a good job.
What does getting back on a firmer surface do for her chances?
Well, she won't here, remember, carnival time, and, it was a good 3, but anyway, she's a racehorse, she's got to do it on everything.
What's the conversation with Emily regarding tactics?
Positive and make a decision, right or wrong, that's all. So I didn't feel it too much, just make a decision and hope it's the right one.
Good luck.
Giddy up.
Yeah, nice horse, no doubt, first course, and I think the top 4 in the market all have solid enough claims here. Starting to load up here for the 4th event. And best luck, whichever way you go. Look to left, will jump, 8 clear favourite. Here's Matt Hill. Fantastic, Hutch, a couple of two pairs of colours here. We've got Muktalif number 2 and also Cheering Gear to number 13. Bo Mertens in the My Racehorse colours with a blue distinguishing cap and 2 OTI runners, 3 Skippers Canyon and 18 Revolver. Patrick Maloney is on the grey. That's also a red distinguishing cap. Super stock going into the stalls. Tacker Speed about to load. Hurricane as well with House of Lords at the clerk of the course. Mohira Cavalry with an awkward draw.
215.
Cadigan, one of the more interesting runners of the day. Cadigan, Molly Burke looking for a Flemington win. Placed in listed grade in Ireland back in September. First up winner. Real money for it at this stage around the $31 mark. Book Talif, such an improver. First chorus is faultless. Third up in its 2 efforts to date. Third up. And Cavalry, the third elect in the race. Just about right as Cadigan is being brought forwards. Cadigan goes in. Mohira, who is the emergency getting a start with Blue Cartwright aboards, goes into a middle alley, and that will leave Cavalry. 4th events. Cavalry peacefully walking forwards. And they locked and loaded. 14 of them at the 1800. We've seen Montana from Barry Evans away with the first chorus showing they go deeper on the track with Superstock. Talif got to 3rd. They were followed by Revolver the inside and not too far away from those as Hurricane. They were followed by Skipper's Canyon a lot closer today. And then came Tacker Speed more here and Cursing well back in the field along the rails in the blue cap cheering it. As they now head towards Chiquita Lodge at the 1,300 metres. Mr. Blunt travels around those. Well back is House of Lords Cavalry and 4 further back Cadigan. First chorus on the outside of Book Talif, the 2 favourites are joint leaders now. But a length and a quarter Superstock who's trying to get in. Followed by Hurricane as they reach the 1,100 metres now. Followed next in the field by the inside Revolver. A length and a quarter Tacker Speed. And then came Skipper's Canyon next on the fence. A length and a quarter Mr. Blunt, more here and Cursed beyond centre field. Cavalry well back. They were followed by Chirangita, House of Lords, 3 lengths Cadigan. Muktalif, the leader, held the front. 800 metres to go from first chorus. Superstock is 3rd. Then came Revolver 4th, the inside from Hurricane Tacker Speed. A length and a quarter Skipper's Canyon, 5 off the front from Mohira. Mr. Blunt is trying to slide around them 3 and 4 deep, looking for a back to follow. Cursed shuffled back, Chirangita well back 2 with Cavalry, House of Lords and Cadigan. Muktalif together with first chorus. Superstock made a line of 3 at the 400 metres. Tacker Speed almost makes a line of 4. They were followed by Revolver. Muktalif's gone. First chorus claimed by Tacker Speed. Mr. Blunt's been wide the trip, but still coming on. Tacker Speed at the clock tower with Mr. Blunt. Mr. Blunt went to the front from Tacker Speed. Hurricane running a race. And they were followed by Cavalry. But it's Mr. Blunt, 100 metres to go. Coming away. And Mr. Blunt won it really well. Cavalry will get the second. They were followed by Shippers Canyon or Hurricane for third from Tacker Speed, House of Lords, Chiringuita. A gap Cursor in company with Superstock, First Chorus. More here, Revolver well back in the field. Cadigan, and it beat Muktalef to the line at the end.
Got an upset in the fourth at Flemington. Mr. Blunt at a good price. Wins for Declan Bates. Beats Cavalry, who was a long way back, charged into second. It may be Skipper's Canyon in third, but we need to get that confirmed. He looked prominent in that photo, the three. So a good price there for Mr. Blunt, who was able to hold off the fast finish of Cavalry. The big talking point is the two favourites. Muktalif and also First Chorus were really disappointing. We'll keep an eye on the stewards report with those two. But SD, time for a market for the fourth.
16 and 15 are the two numbers that I've got. 16. I think we are back to the normal game now. That part of the story is gone. These are not these horses, okay? The game was still there. Now it is back to the normal that we do. 2 and 11 has been scratched. 4, 6, 7, 3. So Okay, I think you know, we need to get real now. Real as in like today was a very, very strong day here and that thing happened. I don't know how that happened. I'll try to figure that thing out. But that I think those games are over. Those are over. They probably are not there anymore. These are this is a benchmark 100 and we've gotten back to the three, a 5-year-old, 6-year-old, 4-year-old. So we're back into the normal racing scenario. That is abnormal. What was happening? Abnormal as in like that is very good to see what was happening, but I had no clue. But here, I think 4 is going to be the third or the fourth. Probably it is here. These two horses, I think. I think these are super body weight on both the horses. If that's high, that's low, probably. And then it goes here. They're all connecting gates. I was looking at the 8, which has a very strong thing going on, but the 8 probably is a bad idea. It is the lowest drop in class. Okay, it is the lowest drop in class. That's one side of the story. The other side of the story is this, that it's coming from 55, has an advantage from everywhere, but I don't know how that will work. I think it is 6. Let's see how that works. 6, 10, 4 maybe, but 4 I think it is going to get into negative. 16. I'm going to be back from the washroom in a jiffy. I'll keep it open.
I just saw it.
All right, I'm back. Still have some time. That's a 6-year-old mare. That's neat to look, but 13, 6, 4, 5. What happens here is what happens here is what we will see. 8 and 5. 6 is good. Let's see how the 6 works.
Program with the Auckland Thoroughbred Racing Incorporated Trophy, a 1400 metre benchmark 100, and then heralds the return to the races hutch of the Blaney winner of a little while back in Marble Arch.
Yeah, he's a talented mare, and she had a fantastic campaign 2 preparations ago, sparingly seen over the spring. So let's just see how she goes. Market saying she probably needed today.
2-inch shooter out 3. Athanatos, interestingly enough, is kept at 1400 metres by Team Stokes for the third run of the campaign.
Yeah, you'd imagine they wouldn't mind going up. I mean, 4th in the 2-rack, albeit well weighted. That transatlantic and 2-rack form plays really, really well. So he's good enough. He's building the right weight. Should get the nice run. He carries more weight here. Probably deserves it. That said, and he can win.
We left Flemington on Anzac Day 2025 after King's Effort's 1400 metre win, thinking that it was just a matter of time before he had a stakes win under the belt. He tries to get back on that pathway today.
He goes pulled up lane, fresh up behind the Meridius, started through. Forget that run. I mean, he looked one of the more progressive types last campaign. The market said as much. And when he was beaten by Zoo Sensation, he went on with it after that, the Weekend Hustler. He had the track pack really against him there as well. So he's a horse that could easily bounce back. He likes Flemington, and he's got a great chance.
The Hobart jump out for the 5 Cartoon Graveyard to Bridgeport with some terrific form via the Summer Carnival down there behind Stapati, who returned to our shores in really good fashion.
It's the key form. It's a key form reference. Stapati ties it all in, and Stapati's a quality galloper. It might not be quite that Group 1 level, but you know, not far off it. And if Cartoon Graveyard brings that level of form with an economical run, which drops 4.5 kilos, there's a case to be made, and $13 could look very tidy after the race.
6 Marigold, what magnificent form John Sadler has her in.
Coming out of the high rating races as well, like it surprised me how well the figures have stacked up. She drops 7.5 kilos on her last run where she carried weight. She got a beautiful run. Yes, it's a stronger race, but she arrives in form. Let's not forget her overall record. She's won 9 of 31.
7 is a big swinger who resumed on the William Reid program behind Meridius.
Capable, best form's good enough. Maps to get a lovely run, I think. But it's almost time. He's got to get his head in front now. He's been performing consistently. Charlotte's had a big winner with Jet earlier in the day. Can they go back to back? We'll find out.
8 is Miss Aria, who's had a recent Geelong jump out after not seeing the mile out, strongly went favourite in the CSAs on Adelaide Cup Day.
It's a good enough race. I've made it a case for quite a few. I don't really want to go overboard with her. She's ticking over towards 600 days since a win, and I'll just be making a stronger case for others.
9 Windstorm having its 10th look at Flemington.
If he gets the pace to suit, this is a horse that did win some time ago on a track where it was suitable, fast speed, swooping out wide. That wind is still very strong here. It'll play into his hands, but I still fresh up. It's hard to happen.
Does some space at Flemington and a wide draw and Molly Burke's claim aid the chance to the 10 give me space?
I think the wide draws are a plus now. I mean, it could have been a negative early, but had a couple of short price runners that have been favoured leading or on pace on fence, and they've been beaten a long way now. Got to get the student report later in the day, but I'm not worried about the wide draw. I think this horse is well weighted and can run a race. It was on inferior ground last start.
11 Mission of Love out. That does make the task for the 12 Road Cone an interesting one to ponder.
Yeah, what would the tactics be? 51 kilos helps. I think He's a horse that goes forward anyway. We'll see if he can face the breeze and prevail.
13 Ocean Beyond is back after he finally broke through after an eternity out of the winner's circle on New Year's Eve.
I don't know how many days it was, but it was a lot because I was against him probably from about 500 or 600 days out, and I think it went on for more than a year after that. But one thing with him, Nigel, he was always consistent. He always wrapped his races. He was never far away, and it is the kind of day where if you sit back and run on, you'll go well. He's won 1 of 17 here, but he's been unlucky at Flemington a few times.
I'll give you the specifics of the Ocean Beyond drought if you give me your selections.
Okay, all right, well, let's do it. Look, I think I've been left with Athanatos, so I was pretty keen on Nzito. He's not running here, but Athanatos each way from mine. I've got no issue with King Zephyr being favourite because we know what an exciting prospect he is. I thought Give Me Space was good on the worst ground last start. Marigold is just racing so well that I've underestimated how good she is.
PC4.
1,320 bucks.
There we go.
Look at this, $2.70, King Zephyr. Very popular. He needs to stand up now, doesn't he? His trial suggested he's ready to go. And the way this track's shaping today at Flemington, taking a sit and running on, may suit him. The market's with him, 270. Marigold gets the minimum weight of 53.5 kilos. Good. Hope you roll forward and sit outside lead, please. 550. Big swinger, boom, at $6. Stable looking for a double here at Flemington, Charlotte Littlefield. Then we'll go down to Road Cone. $12 into 11, back out to 14. Thought he could have trialled better, Road Cone. Anyway, it's between the top two, really. The top three, if you don't mind. But to look at the same race multi there, it's nice and there's plenty of value there. If you win some of these for free confidential support, call the 1-800 number or visit the website.
Graham Begg is with us as King Zephyr steps out at Flemington as he did to win on Anzac Day 12 months ago. Graham, we'll park what's coming for a moment and celebrate what's just happened in Adelaide with Chillicat. You must be thrilled that she's got another group success.
Yeah, look, it was really satisfying. We took it to Sydney. She didn't quite just measure up in the harder grade up there. The tracks were very firm, so we set our goals, came down here, Group 2 in Adelaide. It was just fantastic. And, the race at Caulfield really set her up nicely for today's race. And, it was great to be able to win for Brian Singer and Bart Green. Been great supporters over the years, and she's done a great job there, man.
How's King Zephyr?
He's in good shape. He's prepped up well for today's race. So hopefully be able to be ridden in his comfort zone, ridden well within himself, and be able to blend into the race when he wants to come into it.
Where is he at condition-wise?
He's up to the mark. We gave him a pretty stern jump out at Parkman about 2 weeks ago to keep him up to the mark. So, hopefully it'll stand in good stead.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Great. Good to have also for Graham and his team. Fantastic trainer, and he'll be hoping that King Zephyr can deliver what he's capable of. He will start the favourite, so we head in to one of the, I think, more interesting races of the day. King Zephyr will be about 270. Well through loaded. Here's Matt Hill.
Terrific. Hunt's just running slightly late, obviously. The ceremony that was beautifully observed moments ago. And the 1,400 metre start is the furthest starting point away from the enclosure. So they've done pretty well to get the horses out there, albeit a couple of minutes past starting time. So King Zephyr, the favourite, 290 to 270. Loves this distance round. It's the elect. Marigold to Mary for the last start winner. Drops 7.5 kilos from that last start win. Now, big swinger goes in. We've got 4 to get set. It's giving space. It's 14 into 12 with the battle going in. The Bardos, and so with Caulfield recently, is about to come along with also Marble Arch in those Anzac silks, and Marigold will be the last. We go 1,400 metres again for the Auckland Thoroughbred Racing Trophy. Brought forwards. First leg of the body. Good luck if you're having a try today. Marigold goes in, set the run. They look like they've formed a decent line over there. Yeah, they're ready. Started racing at the 1,400 metres. Miss Aria slow from the inside, and King Zephyr goes back to a clear last. Cartoon Graveyard began well and led early with Athanatos and Ocean Beyond sweeping across from the deep. Ocean Beyond is going to lead. Road Cone is up there with Athanatos, Cartoon Graveyard. They're 2 lengths. Big Swinger, Miss Aria. Give Me Space is trying to improve out wider on the course. Windstorms in that line as well, and they were followed by Marigold towards the end. Marble Arch and King Zephyr at the end. Ocean Beyond the leader as they reach the 850 by a length to in second. Athanatos, a length and a half to Give Me Space, who's trapped wide. Road Cone the centre, and then came Cartoon Graveyard, the fence from Windstorm, a length and a half away. Big Swinger, who's in the next line with Marigold around it. Visaria, the fence. They were followed by King Zephyr second last, and Marble Arch whipped them in around the corner. 550 metres to go. And the leader, Ocean Beyond, from Athanatos. Cartoon Graveyard next, the inside from Road Cone Deeper. Give Me Space. Then came Miss Aria hunting for runs up on the inside. Big Swinger extricates to the outer, gave Windstorm a bump. Marigold and King Zephyr's winding up, but it's still got a bit to do. Ocean Beyond, Athanatos, Road Cone grabbed by Big Swinger. At the 200, Big Swinger went to the lead. King Zephyr from a mile back is running on hard. It's Big Swinger at the 100. A length and a half to King Zephyr. Big Swinger, 3/4 King Zephyr. Big Swinger's holding on to it, and Big Swinger a half King Zephyr. Third in the race was Marble Arch, and then Marigold, Miss Aria. Next, Athanatos, Road Cone, Give Me Space, Windstorm, Cartoon Graveyard, and knocking up Ocean Beyond.
Big day for trainer Charlotte Littlefield with Big Swinger bringing up a Flemington double. Perfect ride from Jet Stanley, who also gets a double after partnering Concord Connie to...
Seven 416 7 4 So the best horse wins. Best as in like here it had the advantage. It did not go on negative, but still. No scratching. 16, 1, 2, and 3. Well, there are plenty of horses with negative leverage. Okay, so what is going on? So we know the four is the horse to beat. Okay, four basically is the horse to beat. It is like this. They have these horses today. So here also the four is the negative, which means this is the horse to beat, which also means this should come in the first or the in the second or the third position. This should come in. 16 is from gate number 8. Okay, that's a 59.5 with a drop in class. Okay, these two are of the same, and if they are the same and they have the same quant, then the lower load value is what actually works. Generally, that's how it works. But today it looks like it could go wrong. So that 7 is a check here, and out here that 9 is a check. Okay, now this probably is not going to work like this, because what I think is about to happen is a high pressure low pressure game. So 16 is the favorite, which is okay, good, but it is also a drop in class, which is showing here but it is not showing here, which means this could be fake. All right, we don't have Breeze today. Breeze would have been very happy to see this, but this could be fake. So I don't know how to work with this, but the 4 we know is going to get in. 7 probably is there in low pressure. 16, 59.5, that here it is that, and here it is this one. Now if this guy, the highest drop in class, which is a 62, this is not gone negative. A lot of horses have gone negative on their leverage, which is what they are doing at Flemington today. These horses are in a bad state. I don't think any of the negative horses has gotten in today from the negative leverage. So everything is here with leverage. Whatever the horses that are getting through are all with leverage. Okay, 7, 56 went through, then 4, then that, and I think then 12 also got through. I don't know, but maybe. So that's what is happening. So these are the promotions which are there. It's a 2800 meter. It's not a matter of joke. So that's the thing. That's the favorite. 4 is not even there within the odds. I don't know why. 2 and 9, they are of the same class, same quant. If that's that, then the lower load value is what generally works. We'll see how that works. I mean, in this case, 4 probably is the place. EW4 probably. Three. Yeah, that that's the thing. So that's the thing. It generally, when it is the same quant, it is the lower load value which works. They kind of neck to neck, neck to neck. And this one lacks a little form line, which is true, which is also true with 7, but we will see how that works. There has to be a scene somewhere. But 4 probably is going to get a place as well. How, I don't know. I do not see the 5 to support. And surprisingly, right now, the 4 is not even there within the odds. The 4 is not even there. So there is some problem with that horse. God knows what is the problem with that horse. 5 English. 5. 5. This is going to give us a googly. This is going to work as a googly. This one is going to knock us out like nobody, as if nothing knocked us. Where's today, man?
Of the VRC St Ledger. It's been a listed contest since 2006, 2,800 metres for the 3-year-olds. We start with horse 1, Deal Done Fast, placed here in the Victoria Derby. Hutch sits then at the quest to the ATC Derby. Coming back from that race, has been a winning pathway twice in the 2020s.
Well, 3 of his last 4 have been in that Group 1 company, and so he's been in the elite level of his age group, and he's run well, and it's the premium form in this race. That's easy to understand why the market is siding with him. He's not a hot favourite, but he's a firm favourite at 360.
Kimani won the race 3 years ago with Dunwoody. Kieran Maher won it with True Irish Eyes in 2021. He's got himself 4 runners in this ledger, starting with the 2 Dad and Dave. the Tassie Derby winner 3 back before contesting the Alistair Clark and the Galilee final.
I didn't mind his last run behind single choice either. I thought it was brave enough under the circumstances, and it is a key form reference here. So he's still improving. I think he will also appreciate the step up in journey. He seems quite on pace.
Skip the 3 and go to the 4 in Pyro, who was over 2,700 metres against the older horses at stall third up.
Those blinkers go on, might improve, and as a horse that can take a position in the race, depends how much work he has to do early. He's competed over the journey, he's run well, that is a positive.
5 is Valiant Sun, who is amongst the pursuants behind single choice in the Galilee final.
Some of his recent efforts have rated well. That's a good positive for him. He's just going to need a touch of luck. The son of the Autumn Sun from a tricky draw, but yeah, I think he looks like a genuine stayer, and he's far from disgraced his last couple.
6 is Crown of Russia, who contested the superimpose here during the spring, was placed over 2,200 at Werribee third up.
He ran well, but there was a benchmark 56. He went forward. He did a bit of work in the run, but this is a tougher assignment, no doubt.
7 Chili's debut win at Cranbourne last October. Most recent run was at that circuit, went third.
I thought he could run well. I mean, once again, what I've liked about some of his races is he's been reasonably good late. So it's his, fourth run of preparation. We'll see if he sees out the journey or not, but wouldn't be surprised if he ran well. But you'd want a price and you get it.
Brad Rawilla won the St Ledger 17 years ago on Burley Oz. He's going to try and break through here with Aaron Purcell on the Maiden 8 Finance Merchant.
Yeah, I think this horse could run well. Look,
This one is a beast.
Slowly run race.
The 8.
He's been hitting the line nicely. That was a really good performance, I thought, at stall, all things considered. Beaten by a horse that came out of Japan being in some maidens. It was actually quite good form. So don't mind him. I wanted him with something at a price, and it's him.
9 Awesome Artist always was set a bit of a task in the Galilee Series final.
Fair call, went forward. I'm not sure it's the day to do that here, but we'll need to see the race out strongly, but also needs to be probably rated more efficiently.
10 Snobbery has the hot hand of Jet Stanley. He's been aboard right throughout the preparation.
And riding well, the young lad, no question about that. So, look, this is a very consistent horse. For him to improve in figure here, he's going to be an out-and-out stayer, and he may well be.
What a performance this would be on all fronts from the 11. He's on Song, who contested a 2,400 metre maiden at Swan Hill on Tuesday.
Beat by Southern Park. He certainly started out well enough. This is once again, I don't know, we're in a race where there are a lot of maidens. So yes, it's tougher from the point of view of the top end, but he won't be disgraced. I think he does stay.
12 Noble Falcon is amongst those maidens, who's behind the older stablemate Ardashir, the Pakenham last start.
And stayed on okay, just looks very dour. And so from that perspective, 2,800 will suit. The other positive, Kieran Marr.
13 Erupt comes via the same race. Runner-up to Ardashir, who we saw win again on Thursday night. It was just start 2 for the Nicky Bird Gallop.
Yeah, I think if you like that form, you prefer Erupt over Noble Falcon. It was a good performance. Third career start here. Looks a genuine stayer, and I didn't mind that run. He might be one at a price. Erupt, they could figure.
A pair of recent placings at 2,100 metres at Echuca for the 14 Taytanify.
Consistent, on-pace runner. Looks as though the son of Ocean Park will probably appreciate a bit further too. He's had 4 goes. He's been racing well enough, but this is clearly hard for him too.
15 is Intervene. The 4th of the Mar runners showed dislike for the heavy impact.
Yeah, I thought that was a genuine excuse. The other runs, though, Nimes, I think they've just been fair. He's going to need to show something today to keep his colours.
2 fillies in the race. 17 have won the St Ledger. A Hariri broke a 15-year drought a couple of years ago. 16 Silver Sister, winning a Donald 2,200 metre contest 11 days ago.
I don't have her on top, but she's the horse to beat for mine in terms of when you're pricing them up. I think her form reads the best. She had her effort behind Salty Pearl was excellent, and like you said, she stayed. I think she will stay further, and some of her peak performances rate well enough to win.
17 is I Belong. Victoria's at 2,200 metres, Seymour and a maiden before dropping back in distance at Hillside.
Yeah, he's going to need to improve a lot on the latest effort, but at least she looks like she will get the trip. $26 looks about right. She'll have to hope that a few others don't see that out as well as she can.
Brian Houston replaces Reese McLeod on the 3 Johnage. But you know, John is racing well, tight in a lot of form lanes with Roulette King, Simple Choice, and Alistair Clark that you mentioned. Even actually competed in the Tassie Derby and ran far from disgrace there. So certainly got the miles and the legs of Son of Dundee. He won't be the worst.
Money is coming for Deal Done Fast. He's at this stage likely to start favourite in the 170th edition of the VRC St Ledger.
I went with a bit of value here. I think Finance Merchant is a gelding who's probably had excuses in staying trips in slowly run races. He's certainly been well supported on a number of occasions, but I think he deserves another go. Outside of that, I think Silver Sister obviously is an easy one to like. Deal Done Fast has to be somewhere in the short list as well. Maybe Valiant Sun could run a bit of a race, but they'll be going each way here with Finance Merchant.
Oh, there's some value in this. Good lordy me. 320 your field. Deal Done Fast. Replaces Silver Sister now as favourite. But down the page, we've had a number of horses spec at a big price. 310 your favourite. Deal Done Fast. Good push late. Coming off the Group 1 form in Sydney. Out to 360, Silver Sister, your opening favourite. Now, Johnny Inch is rock solid. 31 to 16, the 8 Finance Merchant. Chili's 35 to 18 has been spec. And Erupt, third up, a maiden up, 41 into 16, back out the 20 page up, please. The elite team at Sportsbet here, racing.com, intervened. $101 to 46 and $101 spec there, Noble Falcon, if you're playing your same race multis. Thank you, the team from racing.com. There you go, get your bets on. It is an open race. You win some, you lose more. For free and confidential support, call the 1-800 number or visit the helpline. It's a blowout race.
So market support for Deal Done Fast, who loads in the khaki silks, trying to give Matt Kamani his second victory in this race after Dunwoody took it out in 2023. In addition, of course, that was held at Hillside. Had Allegron and Sacramento in recent years come back from contesting an ACT Derby to win the St Ledger, a race older than the Lexus Melbourne Cup, the 170th edition of the Autumn Staying Contest here in Melbourne for the 3-year-olds. Let's join Matt Hill. Terrific nights, yes, conducted here on Anzac Day since 1972, formerly run in March, historic race, the VRC St Ledger, and a real test for these 3-year-olds at 2,800 metres. So they move up well. He's on Songer's in. Hiro is forward with Snobbery. Taitanafar is about to come along as well. So they're filling the stalls well at the 500 metres, 17 of them here. Valiant Sun is in. Finance Merchant, Silver Sister to come along. That'll just about be it. Along with Dad and Dave. So the main two chances, Deal Done Fast at $3.30 pari-mutuel, Silver Sister at $3.90, and then out to $10 for number 2, Dad and Dave. Silver Sister goes in. Dad and Dave being brought forward to a middle alley. Barrier number 9 to be exact. And to the outside, Finance Merchant. The field is set for the VRC St Ledger. Ready to go, and they're racing. And from barrier number 6, Snobbery away moderately. Beginning well, Awesome Artist, with also Taitanafar straight towards the lead, with Silver Sister up to third. Now speed from out wide, Crown of Russia, and also Hiro is hunting over. Back behind those horses, I Belong, and they were followed by Valiant Sun, who's 3 wide at the moment outside of Johnage, and then Erupt into Veen, Chili's as well. Back Noble Falcon, Deal Done Fast, Dad and Dave, Finance Merchant, and last of all of the 17, Snobbery. At the judge, Awesome Artist is the leader, joined by the grey Hiro around the outside. Taitanafar is going to get the trail third. It's one off the fence at the moment, and now on the rails. He's on song as fourth on the inside as they leave the running, and they were followed by Crown of Russia. They string out about 4 lengths I Belong, a similar gap, Johnage and Silver Sister. 2.5 Valiant Sun, Erupt, a length and 3/4 Chili's. 2.5 Noble Falcon, followed by Intervened, a gap Deal Done Fast, and then came Snobbery, Dad and Dave. And Finance Merchant is at the tail of the field, but would be spotting the leader about 25 lengths. Awesome Artist strung them along here at the 1,600 metres. Led the St Ledger by about a length and 3/4. 2 in second place, High Hero. They were followed by Tatanafar, third the inside of Crown of Russia. 2 lengths away to He's on Song, and it's been run solidly. I Belong is next, and they were followed by Jonich and Silver Sister. 3 lengths away to Valiant Sun and Erupt. 2.5 lengths to Chili's. A gap intervened at Noble Falcon. Now Deal Done Fast would spot the lead about 20. 4 lengths away to Dan and Dave Snobbery, and Finance Merchant needs binoculars to see the leader from there. 1,200 metres to go. It's Awesome Artist in front, 3/4 of a length. High Hero just shook up to try and get closer to the leader. And then 2 lengths Crown of Russia at the 1,000 metres. Tatanafar next, the inside is under pressure. Then He's on Song. Further back in the field is I Belong, and they were followed by Jonich. Then came next in the field, starting to get into the race, Silver Sister, only 6 off the lead. It's Battle of the Fittest here at the 700 metres. Then Valiant Sun, Chili's well back in the field. Then now Deal Done Fast is about 9 off the lead and starting to come on. 600 metres to go. Fitness will be a big factor here. He's on Song, grabbed by I Belong on the outside. Now coming around the outside, Silver Sisters right there. High Hero battles on the fence. Jonich is getting through over towards the fence. Down the outside, Chili's coming at Silver Sister. At the 300, Silver Sister in front from Chili's. Finance Merchant from last has come through, followed by Jonich, but Silver Sister went for home. At the clock tower, 3 or 4 lengths in front. She's seeing it off well. From Finance Merchant, Chili's, then Jonich. Silver Sister, 100 metres to go. Strong to the line. And Silver Sister for Luke Harry won the Ledger.
16, 8,
Finance
7.
Merchant second. Chili's
16,
third,
8,
Dan
and
Dave.
7. That
They were
8
followed by
was a
Jonich, Valiant
beast.
Sun, and I Belong. Back behind the Deal Done Fast. He's on Song. They're coming in like brown cows. A gap in the field then to High Hero with Awesome Artist. Erupt well back. Crown of Russia. Noble Falcon intervened, and then a long gap, 100 yards to a couple looking for
16,
somewhere to lie
8,
down.
and 7.
Snobbery and Tatanafar.
Sixteen, 8, 7, and 2. 16, 8. This horse, it looked like a beast at the paddock. It was also carrying a lower pressure than this. So these horses did not get through, okay? The negative leverages did not get through. 16 was right. Out of these two, we got this. The 8. is same at 54. So this is what I missed out on. I took the top two, but I did not talk about this one, and they were getting into negative. This one was 1. Okay. We'll go to the next. Man, that is a nightmare that happened today. Two is scratched from 7. Fifteen, 13, 4, and 6. 15. I think they're purposely downplaying here at Flemington today. These are fake. These are fake drops. These are fake drops. 2, 6, 7, 61. This is real. This drop is real. This drop is real. Ninety-eight. This is 6, 7, 1, 2, 2, 12. Why it is 3.56, 198. 6-year-old guilty. This is from 13, 59 will not work. 56.5. This is a 56. 6.5, 56.5. This is 3 point down. This is 3 point up. 6-year-old. 6-year-old. Nothing's here. Five, that's this one is fake. That's real. This one is fake. This is okay. 13. 50 to 13. Where is the low shot? From here come. So here is what is happening. I think we spoke about this, and Breeze was here the other day while we were discussing this, that how the drop works. So if we look at how the drop works here, so I mean the numbers are right. Okay, there's nothing wrong with the numbers. The numbers are right. Today we had some very strong horses, very good to see. That's all. But the leverage is 100% right. The leverage is 100% right, and there is nothing wrong with the leverage. What they are doing is this, that they are faking it. They're faking it at the drop. Okay, so not all the drops are right. So this one was a drop, but here it is showing a leverage. All right, that's a fake one. That's a fake drop. So why that is there and why it is like that. So this is a kind of a situation that we've been discussing, that the trainers, what they do is they downplay the horses. Okay, now in order to catch that, we have the leverage. So they downplay in order to win. So this is a drop-in class which is not real. It is basically a fake drop-in class to contest that we know that is in its class, that's the highest leverage. Okay, that's the highest leverage. So that horse cannot be a drop-in class. That's a fake drop-in class for 16. Here, like if you look at that horse and that horse, okay, now this one, it doesn't have leverage. It's a genuine drop-in class. It is a genuine drop-in class. But the 13 is not a drop-in class. The 13 is not a drop-in class. The 13 is not a drop-in class. That 13 is a fake drop. So what does that mean? If that's a fake drop, then what does that mean? That means that the 15 is in trouble, because that's a 54. Okay, if they have the same resistance level, then the 13 is very difficult to beat. It is very difficult to beat. The 15, what I think the odds are showing, why the 15 is the favorite. Let's first understand that. So the 15 is, if you look at that, so the 15 is one of the lowest drops. Okay, one of the lowest drops. And this is a 6-year-old gelding from gate number 13. That's why it doesn't have support on a 2000 meter. But this one is the lowest drop. But that's also a 54. Okay. Wherein the 13 is the second favorite. Why? Because some people have actually figured this thing out, that this is a fake one. This is a fake drop, which means this is a very strong contender. There is no, practically there is no comparison between these two horses. That's a 5-year-old gelding, which is at 54, showing a drop and all that. And the 13 is a 4-year-old gelding, which is at 58.5, which is a linear. That's how things are. Okay. Now, this is what I think. This one is a genuine drop. Okay, this one is a genuine drop, but it has the advantage with the body weight. It has the advantage with the body weight. So I think, I mean, I'm trying to figure out how the 6 actually fits in, because that number is also right. That's the stress level. So that is good. It is challenging. So now how it should work, I need one low pressure. I could not find a low pressure that I could actually work with. So that's the high, that's the low, and that's the high. I think that's what it is. I mean, 13, 12, 6. Now, this one is a genuine drop. Okay, this one is a genuine drop, but it doesn't have the body weight. The body weight is with this 6-year-old gelding from gate number 6, gate number 2. And that is anyway an EW. Here, that one. This is also a 6-year-old gelding, but it is losing body weight. That's struggling. We'll see how that works. 12, 6. This is the data rank, all right? Six is there. It is the that's exactly what I am trying to figure. I mean, I don't know what happened to 4 here. Basically, this was coming from gate number 15, so 2800 meter. Maybe that pressure line did not work. It was also not in a form line, so that's possible. But here we will see how that this thing goes, because this is the 6 is now is the pointer. Okay. The 6 has to get placed, but how? And where it gets beaten. So that's a 58. 13 is a 58.5, which I think is a fake. 15 will have trouble. And that's just the data rank. That's not my thing. I'm probably going to go. Let's see, a 13 win. 13 win.
Zakuma looks one of the standouts of the afternoon.
Yeah, it was my best of the day. I'm hoping that, it's short enough now, but bring forth or roll forward, run well. I think 2 done discreet, if you're looking for one at a price, is over the odds at $12. Some gift will run an honest race, but it's all about Zakuma for me. Zakuma. Here we go. Fantastic winning this track and trip last start. On the minimum, Bowie Mertens looking to get a winner for the day. Come on, Bowie. Market says you're on. 2.15. Now, putting up Bring Forth. Zakuma gets back, Bring Forth sits on speed. How's the wind going out there, Hutchie, please, by the way? Doesn't seem to be making any difference today. 5.50, and then there's nothing happening. Green arrows right down the page. Can you flip the market up for me, please, team? Racing.com. Thank you. We'll flip this market up. Have a look. Green arrows everywhere. Your same race multi here. Land Legend, if he jumps in,
which one is Mark Twain?
Spot, he's a big chance. Same race multi, there it is. Banging on about it all day. We're having a bit of luck here. Benny and I in studio, by the way. Have a little crack. It's a bit of fun. You win some, you lose more. For free and confidential support. Call the 1-800 number or visit the website.
We chat to Mick Price regarding the chances of Bring Forth, who's been able to strike at its past 2. Certainly is a rising grade this afternoon with the contest at 2,000 metres. Mick, good to see you. How do you evaluate Bring Forth's chances?
Well, he's got no weight. He's our benchmark 81 horse in a benchmark 100, so it's a bit of a jumping grade. But look, we've got to find the right races for him. Yeah, you saw him when he won at Caulfield. He was very strong on the bridle, and I think with no weight and Molly Burke just trying to contain him, I think he'll be strong again. So he's going to be bowling along in front. But look, they'll all have their chance to run him down, and hopefully with no weight he gets the prize.
Those circumstances, do you feel give him the best chance to hold off Zakuma, who's clearly in form, but we know where he's going to be in run?
Look, that's the only way we can ride him at the moment. You know, he's got good stamina about him. He's improved, and I think it's a nice race for him with no weight.
What are the specifics of his improvement?
6 is the one to beat, Gate.
I think just maturity, typical Kiwi. You know, someone with not robust 3-year-olds. You know, and they
6 is the one to beat.
They just keep maturing.
Good luck, Mick.
Thank you.
And there is a look at the various runners lining up here. Zakuma continues to be backed really well supported in. It's good to see some of the patrons on course as well, Nige. They're all having a good time. Everyone on course. Fantastic crowd. They'd be wrapped with the result. I haven't had any numbers, but it's big.
Yeah, I had a very brief chat to the VRC CEO, Kylie Rogers, after the St. Leger, somewhere in the vicinity of 10,000. They were working on the basis of maybe 9, so I think they're going deep into the wells of some of the resources on course. I'm not sure how the bars would be travelling by 4:30 this afternoon, but it has been brilliant. And in the current economic climate we're in, when you make things free, people have a tendency to turn up and probably end up spending the same amount of money they would have to get in the first place.
100%. So well done to the VRC. Hopefully everyone on course is enjoying the day. And I think it's struck pretty well as far as the punting is concerned. A lot of players, you know, most of the horses that have prevailed have been fancied enough in the market, so that is a good sign. A couple of favourites home at least.
Yeah, early track upgrade to a good 3. Silver Sister was in the market as the second elect behind Deal Done Fast when becoming the latest of the fillies to win the St Ledger. Well done to you and a few of our other tipsters who made a really good case for Finance Merchant, who was the best of the boys home and looked to relish the 2800 metre out.
Stayed all day. But yeah, kicked off well with Blind Race as well, supported, of course, the first favourite, the omen tip of the day, the Western Front, coming out on top for the Hayes boys, and they've got that horse punting.
Yeah, so doubles so far for Charlotte Littlefield, her first Metropolitan double, first Flemington double for Jet Stanley, who was aboard both Concord, Connie and Big Swinger. If you didn't catch the Concord, Connie victory in race 2, wow, jump on the racing.com website and have a look at it in full. It was sensational. She is a filly going places, and a double on the afternoon so far for Tony and Calvin McAvoy. They took out the feature Ledger with Silver Sister, and it was a terrific story earlier on. You heard from Paul Schauble, the owner and breeder, Mr. Blunt. He's been in the game 50 years. His first Flemington runner, remarkably, providing him with a Flemington winner in the process in good fashion for Luke Curry. Declan Bates aboard Mr. Blunt, but Luke Curry has also got a double. He was on the Western Front.
He's riding really well, Luke. It's going well. It's a good day to be going on, Nige.
Sakuma has been very, very well backed. Almost even money in the Peter Armitage. He's made.
Some favourites who have gone down earlier on, including Bluestone and also Carrioto, been vetted, no significant findings. And the same could be said about a couple of the favourites out of the fourth race as well that punch it up. So Benagil, who was trapped wide the other day at Caulfield, goes up to an outside alley. Race number 7, the Peter Armitage at 2,000. Ready to run. Sun Gift bouncing about. Now lifting Sun Gift. And attended in with that runner. Ready, and away they go. So Zakuma third last to lead with Benagil, and also going back with those settling down is Mark Twain. As they head towards the front, Bring Forth and Jimi Hendrix. They're the main two, with also Sun Gift and Plymouth. Two further back, two down Discreet, Fujita San. Antrim Coast got to about 7th, followed by Etna Rosso. Next is Land Legend in the Anzac Silks on the fence, followed by Chase Your Dreams, Berkshire Breeze, Benagil, Zakuma, and Mark Twain last. Bring Forth the leader, 14.50 out by a length, Jimi Hendrix. 2 lengths to Sun Gift third. They were followed by Plymouth in Plenty of Air today, fourth one off the fence, and they're 2 lengths, 2 down Discreet, a length and a quarter for Fujita San. Then came Antrim Coast, slap bang in the middle of the field, 3/4 of a length, Land Legend, Edna Rosso. 2 for the back is Chase Your Dreams, the outside of Berkshire Breeze. A gap Benagil, Zakuma second last, spots the lead 15, and last Mark Twain. At Chiquita Lodge, Bring Forth the leader. Up on the steel, a length to Jimi Hendrix, and the speed not bad again in this. They're 2 lengths Plymouth.
It's a bad idea. They're waving that horse so badly.
Fujita San, a length Antrim Coast the outside. Then Land Legend pulling from Edna Rosso, Berkshire Breeze. Further back is Chase Your Dreams, Mark Twain. Takuma's on the fence, still about 12 off the front, and Benagil last. Bring Forth had a bit of a breather coming up to the corner from Jimi Hendrix at the 650, and then came Plymouth 3 wide. Sun Gift behind them. Fujita San trying to extricate out. And from Coast next, and they were followed by Land Legend. And where's Sakuma at this stage? Trying to thread off the fence about 4th last. Bring Forth at the 400 with Plymouth, who goes up to strike. Sun Gift, Jimi Hendrix fight on to 2 down Discreet. Then Fujita San, Edna Rosso, and Berkshire Breeze. So it's Plymouth who's taken the lead at the clock tower. 2 down Discreet is now grinding it down. 2 down Discreet up to Plymouth, then Fujita San, Edna Rosso, and Land Legend. 2 down Discreet. Forges on 100 metres to go. 2 down Discreet is coming away, and is 2 down.
6.
Third, a photo, Plymouth, Edna Rosso, then Fujita San and Sakuma out, but it was all too late. Berkshire Breeze, Mark Twain, Sun Gift, and from Coast, Bring Forth, Jimi Hendrix, Chase Your Dreams, and a long gap to Benagil last.
2 down Discreet, thanks to, in large part, to a great Declan Bates ride.
Alaman, boo!
Flemington, from Land Legend, 680 at place. He has rocketed home when it was all over. Got a photo for third, but the 2 favourites are not in that photo. Bring Forth led, got keen, dropped out a long way from home, and Zakuma was never in the hunt. He was held up in behind them after being heavily backed, but he was well beaten. So the favourites disappointing in the 7th. It's time for the first of our Group 1s, Simon Marshall.
Here we go, the Australasian Oaks, race 7 at
I don't have all the numbers, but 6 and 1. So 6 went through. And 1. Six and 1. Here with the last one. Four, 15, 16, 17, 20 all scratched. 4, 15, 16. 17 and 20 all scratched. Eleven, 3, 12, and 6. 11 is the favorite, and that's happening today. So that's that. That's the lowest drop. Okay, that's the lowest drop. And then these are stair. That's the highest drop, and these are challenges. Okay. Now within the challenges, these horses are like, God knows what they will do. So this is going to run neutral from a 54. That running neutral is bad. This one comes up, but it drops here. So those are issues. The one which is a 7-year-old is there, but this is higher. So that 18 is a check, and we'll see one before it hits this. This one is there. So we'll see how that works. 11 is the favorite. And those are happening today. So there's no argument on that. They raved this horse so badly. Entire thing is 6 and 2 in first peg. You have a point, but it is also coming from gate number 15. Still, the load is on lower side. You have a point, Atoman. You have a point. Even I looked at that, but I did not find much confidence from gate number 15. But yes, that is possible. We'll see how that works. There's a jock in place. Because of that gate number 15, I went with the 18 here, which is a drop, but it is a gate number 7. Both of them are 5-year-old gilding. That is that. This one is a 6-year-old mare. So I don't know what that will do. We'll see how that works. But you have a point, and that's a very good point. Somebody told me that I should take this channel on Instagram. And when I'm looking at Instagram and the things that he asked me to do, when I'm looking at Instagram, Instagram is filled with women with very less clothes. Why would people watch somebody doing mathematics over women on Instagram? Bad idea. Even if I show myself on Instagram with very less clothes, that is also a very bad idea. It's probably the worst idea. Instagram will not work for me. Yes. Scantily clad is the appropriate terminology. I mean, if you look at the, I mean, I don't know how to explain this. I'm nearly 50-year-old. Like, I mean, I can't do things that are happening in there. But that's what people are watching. If you look at those numbers are very high. People are giving, I mean, those are like millions of people are watching that scantily clad. Millions of people. I mean, I kind of remember back in the days when I was just in my college in India, we had those magazines, the ones that you buy at that particular age. So those were the magazines. They were like you really need to go to a store and buy them. But when I look at the feed right now, it's probably the same thing. You don't need to go and buy those magazines anymore. You can simply fire up your Instagram and you get the same thing. Those were the back in the days, those were like the important magazines that we used to get in India. Things have changed, and I kind of I mean, I'm a misfit in there. I don't know how to anyway.
Good rides, but there was a lot of merit to the win mile back to 14 last start. I think this is his right trip, and the way he's going, he might well win again. For So Risque, this is scratching. Five Nations Call uses this as the kickoff point. Yeah, another fresh up. Actually, fresh record, pretty good. Also races on speed, not the day for that necessarily, but yeah, good to see him back. I think he'll improve for the run. I'll watch for later. 6 is the Blade, a 1,400-metre winner at his only attempt. That was at Randwick just prior to Christmas. Good run, fresh up behind Ruby Royale, and second up 1,400. Big pluses, playing probably helps. It maps to get a nice run, so genuine each-way contender. 7, Elsie May, another resuming, and now with Butch Bourne. Yeah, and a horse that's going to get over a bit of ground, so happy to watch her go around. I think she'll probably need it all further. Pair of wins for Moments earlier in the prep. One of them over Otago, who was the runner-up in this race last year. Most recently placed to Astral Flame. That was on Australian Guineas Day. Very, very consistent gelding. He's been racing extremely well. The tempo didn't really suit from where he settled, but he's winning on the Heath prior. It was excellent. He really got to the line well. He's got a good sectional in him, and that claim probably helps too. And a packet of jump out 6 that run here. 9 is Lovely Cut. Resumed in the race won by Ruta Royale on Easter Saturday. She's got the talent, and she will strip fitter. I think 1,400 may be a better option. She won third up last campaign over 14, so second up today, slightly different, but she should get a good run from there, and Reese has done a good job with her. I don't think we'll see her ceiling just yet. 6 weeks between runs, and no evidence of a trial or jump out in between for 10 Arcandum after that win at Geelong. Nice performance, but it was an easier race. I think there's a little bit more required here. $21 as a consequence. White draw's not a massive issue, but definitely needs to raise the bar. Got a couple of class records set today. The 11 Cribs is here off smashing the Ballarat 1,400-metre track record. Yeah, and it was some sort of performance, wasn't it, from an improving gelding? He's won 4 of 8. He beat up the clock there. I know he might have had a few favours for the way the track was racing. He's still got to be good enough to do it. I think if he gets the right run today, he's the horse they have to beat. 12 Medea just couldn't quite elevate from filly to mare in the late spring and summer, but had excuses a couple of times. Yeah, and I think I was talking to Luke Curry earlier today. He said she felt a little sharper in her work leading in this time in. So She showed good potential in that, well, both preparations, to be perfectly honest. Might get a nice run there today. Luke's having a day out as well, and I'm sure that she could run well.
13, Jazafera is in familiar surrounds, but did resume over a sprint trip at Caulfield.
Very much so, and look, she's another one that is more than capable on her best form. I thought that the first start run was a pass mark. She wasn't really fancy. She isn't today, but she could run a place with the right run.
Stablemate 14 Star Series is deeper into the preparation. That prep started in the Black Pearl at Geelong.
That it did. That's a harder contest here for mine, but she's very consistent and she'll get an economical run.
15, 16 and 17 are all scratchings. Horse 18 is Kappa 39, needing to find his form of 12 months ago.
Yeah, over 400 days since a win for him. Interesting 1400. He's place 4 of 8. He likes Flemington, generally over shorter. Well, they might let him go forward. He could run a bit of a race at a price.
19, Epic Mells, the Anzac Day Stakes winner of 2 years ago. He's had just 3 runs since and resumed a fortnight ago, off only 18 months away.
He probably needed it, and he might need this too, but we know there's a decent amount of ability to work with. It's only 6th career start. Good luck to connections. I'm sure he'll run well, but there'll be more to come, no doubt.
Final event on Anzac Day at Flemington, the William Newton VC Handicap, the race that King's Effort won as an odds-on favourite last year. He was runner-up to impressive big swinger earlier on this afternoon. Hutch, where do the allegiances lie in the last?
Oh, I thought Cripps would take a bit of beating. I mean, I was trusting that Ballarat form. And, you know, if he can turn up anywhere near that sort, he'll be tough to beat. There's no question about that. It's pretty competitive outside of that. And Medea run a bit of a race fresh up. She has done very little wrong in her career, that's for sure. So expecting a good performance there. The Blade might be another to consider, but I thought Cripps deserved a fair bit of respect on the back of that Ballarat win.
Okay, here we go. Cripps, 360 the field here, holding favourites, and he's popular. He's got to back up that figure at Ballarat. The market's suggesting that he's the horse to run down. It's nice to hear Hutch done something today. Medea, he's had a chat to the jockey, Luke Curry, and $8 into $6 there, Hutch. So there, punters are listening to you. Heber Rain, $9 to $6.50. Also had some specking, and they're coming for the Blade. Boris, race 8, number 6. Second up, gets to 7 furlongs. Go and have a look at his Randwick win when he went over 7 furlongs. His time was good. Into 650. I like that little push. And lovely cut there. Benny Big Bucks here. He's on this at an each way quote. The 9 into $10 from the 15. Opening, looking down the page here, Momet's Respect. $31 to $19 to run a bit of a race from the outside barrier. And then that'll about do it. So good spread of money. Paddy Cripps, he's playing tonight against Freo and he's holding favouritism. Race replays. Go and have a look at your race replays today. And in particular from Morphettville today, Extra Galactic was off the charts. Go and have a look at James McDonald winning 2 for 2. He's got Generosity coming up. All that on your sports bet race replays. You win some, you'll lose some. For very complimentary support, call the 1-800 number or visit the website.
7, Big Swinger, 16, Silver Sister, and 6, 2, Darn Discreet. The numbers you need to be alive at the Anzac Day. Flemington Quaddy, Clips the 11, 1200 for the 100% is the shortest way home. Riding process continues. Temperature in the mid-20s, crowd of 10,000. Free entry, and they have voted with their feet this afternoon. What a wonderful day. It's been a great celebration of those who served and those who continue to serve. Hutch, it's been a brilliant day on all fronts.
It has been. Hopefully you've enjoyed the coverage as well at home. Don't go anywhere. So I've got plenty more to come throughout the afternoon, and make sure you tune in tomorrow as well for a big day on racing.com with some feature racing, the Q2, the Champions Mile, etc. So really looking forward to all of that, and maybe we'll be able to muster back a winner here and a few dollars so Simon can buy some new shoes as well.
Yeah, probably time to. I'm a big fan of Nike's footwear, but I'm not sure if indoor soccer shoes really are the fare for being on screen with a jacket at the time. Anyway, we digress. The William Newton VC Handicap, and yes, as you said, Hutch, Kaying Rising and Romantic Warrior. It's appointment television. You'll see it on the screens of Rusty.com tomorrow, as you will this last event. So, Ever Range, so we've got 4 to load over at the 1400. bit more tote support coming for the Blade into $6.90. Crips has been solidly betting 370 with the Bagman, 380 on the tote. The Blade goes in. Elsie May waiting its turn very patiently. The Bolter, Kappa 39. The second emergency about to join them, along with Everrain. So 3 to get set over there for the William Newton VC. Now here's Kappa 39. Luke Cartwright in the saddle. Everrain has run 2 of its past 3, drawn a middle alley. And Elsie May is going to be the last on resumption. Here's Elsie May completing it. Field of 15 for the last. The William Newton VC standby. They're locked away. Gates crashing away, and Cripps began really well from the inside draw, straight to the lead from the Blade. Epimels, Kappa 39, and Lovely Cut got to 5th. A length and a quarter away, the Star Sirius, followed by Jazz Affair. Then came Medea at the 1150, 2 further back to Everrain, Nation's Call, and then came Arcandum, well back as Mow Down, 2 further back in the field, then Far Flung on the fence. Elsie May back to second, last Mometz is last, so the leader Cripps the favourite, tries to hold up the field a half length in front of the Blade as they reach the 850, Kappa 39 deeper, Epimels fourth, the inner from Lovely Cut, about a length and a quarter away Medea, and then came Star Sirius, Jazz Affair, a length Nation's Call, 3 wide with cover, Arcandum next the inside from Everrain with Mow Down around it, followed by Elsie May, Far Flung, and 2 lengths to Mometz as they run the turn. 500 metres to go. It's the final favourite, Cripps in front. Cripps the leader from the Blade, and then came Epimels the inside, Kappa 39 deeper. They're 2 lengths in front of Medea, Lovely Cut, Star Sirius, Arcandum, Nation's Call. It's Cripps at the 250. Gordon went for the persuader, but Kappa 39 is starting to eat into the margin. It's Cripps with about 150 to go. Kappa 39 wearing down Cripps, then Lovely Cut. Cripps at Kappa 39. Cripps at Kappa 39.
Yes! Finally, man.
Cripps and then Medea, next Everrain, Nation's Call from Arcandum. Star Sirius behind them, then the Blade. Next to finish, Eberbells, Mometz, and further back, Jazz Affair, Far Flung, Nation's Call, Elsie May, and Mow Down.
Kappa 39 wins the race at a price in the last on Anzac Day. Holds off the fast finishing Lovely Cut, who just couldn't go with him when he sprinted, Kappa 39. And looks as though Cripps will, who looked the winner, might run third. So, gee, she got close on the line, Lovely Cut. It was a nice
18-9.
second by about a neck on the line, but she won't get there. We've got a market
18-9.
now for the biggest
11.
of the Group 1s today, the 2 at Morphettville. It's the Sportsbet Robert Sangster Stake.
18-9-11. So what happened? That one was a fake. Okay. So, okay. 11 was okay. 11 should have, I mean, that was something that was happening. This one was a 62 with a fake. Okay. That was 15 on a 62. That's okay. And this one was there. It was not, Ataman was not talking without reasons. It was there, but I just think this was in the right place today from gate number 7. This one was a 6-year-old mare with a 98. So that probably was around the thing. So 11. This one was the one. 234. That was the drift. So that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 8 races today, and that was the last one. But I'm going to be racing back again on Wednesday. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat, and try to solve the puzzles here. And today was a very exciting day. I don't know how to do these things. I'll try my level best to figure out what was happening here and here, how these horses, what are these horses, man? Some very exciting races today happened here. So we'll do all that. And I thank everybody for watching this stream. It means a lot. And I want to thank Gate. Thank you so much for being there, my friend. It means a lot, my friend. Arman, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Daos, thank you so much for being there, my friend. PC, thank you so much for being there, my friend. You know I can't thank you enough, but thank you so much for being there, my friend. Judd, thank you so much for being there, my friend. I think that is it. I think that is it. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll see you on Wednesday. Till then, stay blessed and have a great day. Bye-bye.